Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm LURK. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, there was a nightmare that followed me for a long time. It wasn't just a dream that happened once and then disappeared. It came back again and again, sometimes weeks apart, sometimes only a few nights later. Every time it happened, the story inside the dream was almost exactly the same. Even now, years later, I can still remember the details clearly. The dream always started inside my bedroom. Everything looked normal at first. My room looked exactly the way it did in real life. The same bed, the same toys, the same closet door standing quietly in the corner. It always began in the middle of the night, when everything felt dark and silent. At some point in the dream, one of my dolls would start moving. I had a few dolls when I was a kid. I don't remember exactly which one it was in the dream, but I always knew that it was one of the dolls that normally sat in my room during the day. In the dream, the doll would suddenly come to life. At first it didn't seem scary. The doll would act friendly. She would move around the room and start playing with me the way another child might. In the dream, I never questioned why the doll was alive. It just felt like something normal, the way dreams sometimes make strange things feel completely ordinary. We would play together for a little while. Sometimes we would walk around the room. Sometimes we would talk. Sometimes we would just sit on the floor with toys. The dream always felt calm during that part, almost like a normal moment between friends. Then the doll would suggest something. She would tell me we should go into the closet. In the dream, I always followed her. There was nothing scary about it at first. My closet was just a normal closet where clothes and toys were kept. I had been inside it many times before in real life, so it didn't feel strange to step inside. The doll would lead the way, walking deeper into the closet. At first, everything would look normal, but then she would show me something. At the very back of the closet, there was a small door. It was much smaller than a normal door, almost like something a child might crawl through. The moment I saw that door in the dream, everything inside me would change. My heart would start beating faster. A strong feeling of fear would appear instantly, even though I didn't understand why. There was something about that door that felt wrong. Even though I had never seen it before, I somehow knew that going through it would lead somewhere bad. I can't explain how I knew that, but inside the dream the feeling was very strong. The doll would stand near the door and try to get me closer. At first she would act friendly, encouraging me to come look at it, but as I started to hesitate, her behavior would change. She would grab my arm, and then she would start pulling me toward the door. In the dream, I always tried to pull away. I remember struggling with her, trying to escape her grip and move away from that small door. But the doll was always stronger than me. Even though she looked small, she had an unnatural strength. No matter how hard I tried to resist, she kept dragging me closer to that door. My heart would start racing faster and faster. I knew something terrible would happen if I went through it, but I couldn't stop her. The moment she started forcing me through the door was always the same moment when the dream ended. Right when I felt myself being pulled through that opening, I would wake up screaming. Those nightmares were terrifying, but the strange part was that sometimes the nightmare didn't end when I woke up. I had night terrors as a child. Because of that, sometimes when I woke up from those dreams, I wouldn't be in my bed anymore. There were nights when I woke up standing next to my closet. I would open my eyes and realize that somehow I had walked across the room in my sleep, standing there in the dark next to the closet door. Those moments were probably the scariest part of the whole experience. Imagine waking up from a nightmare about being dragged into your closet and then realizing you're already standing right next to it. After the first few times it happened, I became terrified of my closet. Every single night before going to bed, I would make my parents check something for me. I would ask them to open the closet and look at the back wall. I wanted them to make sure there was no small door back there. Every night they would open the closet and show me the back wall, and every night they would tell me the same thing. There was no door, just a normal wall. Even after seeing it with my own eyes, the fear didn't completely disappear. The dream kept returning from time to time. Always the same story, always the same doll, always the same small door at the back of the closet. Eventually, as I grew older, the dreams stopped. Like many childhood fears, they slowly faded away. Years passed and I almost forgot about them. Then recently, during a conversation with my mom, the topic came up again. We were talking about childhood memories and funny things that happened when I was younger. At one point, I mentioned those nightmares. At the time, I was laughing about it. I told her how paranoid I had been about dolls and closets when I was a kid. Looking back as an adult, it seemed like one of those silly childhood fears that people grow out of. But when I finished telling the story, my mom didn't laugh. Instead, she went quiet. Her expression changed in a way that immediately caught my attention. There was something serious in her face. Then she told me something that made the whole story feel completely different. She said the creepy part of those dreams wasn't the doll. The creepy part was the door. I asked her what she meant. That's when she explained something I had never heard before. According to her, there actually used to be a small door at the back of that closet. She told me that before I was old enough to remember anything, the house had been remodeled. When I was about 1 year old, my parents had construction work done inside the house. During that renovation, they changed several parts of the structure. One of the things they did was remove a small door that used to exist at the back of that closet. They built a wall over it during the remodeling. After that, the door was completely gone, covered by a new wall. No trace of it remained, which means that by the time I was old enough to remember anything about the house, the door had already been gone for years. When my mom told me that, I didn't know how to react, because the door in my dreams looked exactly the way she described it. A small door, hidden at the back of the closet, something I should never have known about. There's no way I could have remembered it. I was only 1 year old when it was removed. And yet, years later, when I was 7 or 8, I kept having nightmares about that exact door. I told some friends this story later on. Most of them don't believe it. They assume there must be some logical explanation. Maybe I heard someone mention the door when I was younger. Maybe I saw old pictures. Maybe my brain invented something similar by coincidence. But I honestly don't remember ever hearing about that door before my mom told me about it as an adult. All I know is that the dreams felt real, and the door in those dreams looked exactly like something that had once existed in my house, even though I should have had no memory of it at all. My grandmother recently had to move out of her house for a while. She had been getting older and frailer for some time, and eventually she was admitted to the hospital for some serious complications. It became clear that she could not return home to the way things were. Her house had fallen into a state of absolute disarray. My grandparents had lived there for decades, and in their later years, they simply hadn't been capable of cleaning or maintaining it. It wasn't just a little bit messy, it was a wreck. The family decided that we all needed to fly in and help. We needed to clean up the house from top to bottom so that it would be safe and sanitary for her to move back in when she was discharged. When we arrived, the task ahead of us seemed impossible. Every room was filled with clutter, dust, and items that should have been thrown away 30 years ago. It was like walking into a time capsule that had been sealed shut and shaken up. To give you an idea of how long it had been since a deep clean had happened, we found a bottle of Tabasco sauce in the back of a cupboard that had an expiration date from 1972. We laughed about it at first, trying to keep the mood light, but it was a stark reminder of how much time had passed in this house. We spent days sorting through piles of old newspapers, clothes that had been eaten by moths, and trinkets that had lost their meaning. Among all this clutter, buried deep in a pile of forgotten items, we found a picture. It was a framed photograph, clearly very old. It looked like it was from the turn of the 20th century. The subject of the photo was a little girl dressed in very proper, stiff clothes for that time period. She wasn't smiling. She had a serious, almost piercing stare that seemed to follow you. The most unsettling thing about the picture, however, wasn't the girl. It was the frame. The glass on the front of the frame was shattered. It wasn't just cracked. It looked like something had smashed it with significant force. I held the broken picture in my hands and felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I turned to my uncle, who was helping us sort through a box of books nearby, and asked him who the girl was. He paused for a moment, looking at the picture with a strange expression on his face. He told me that the picture had been there when my grandmother bought the house. It wasn't a family relative. It was just an object that belonged to the house, something left behind by previous owners or perhaps the history of the land itself. Throughout the years growing up, I had heard my mom's family mention a name in hushed tones. They would talk about the Quaker. As a kid, I didn't really understand what they meant. In my childish imagination, I always pictured the friendly-looking man on the oatmeal boxes, with the white hair and the hat. It seemed like a funny, harmless nickname. But now that my brothers and I were grown up, and we were standing in this dusty, shadow-filled house, my uncle decided it was time to tell us what they had actually meant all those years. He explained the history of the area. A couple of 100 years ago, long before the suburbs and the paved roads, the Quakers had a strong community in this specific area. This house wasn't just any old house. It was one of the very first structures they had built. It had stood on this land for generations, witnessing births, deaths, and everything in between. The connection to the past was deep here. My uncle then told me the origin of the picture I was holding. Many years ago, when my uncle was about 18 years old, my grandmother was just starting to show the early signs of mental illness. It wasn't severe back then, just little things, eccentricities that people brushed off. One day, she was rummaging around in the attic and found this picture of the little girl. For some reason, that only made sense to her. My grandmother thought the picture was nice. She liked it. Despite the fact that it was a stranger, and despite the somewhat creepy vibe of the old photography, she decided to put it on display. She hung it right at the top of the stairs, facing down toward the main hallway. It was a prominent spot, meaning the little girl's eyes were the first thing you saw when you walked up to the second floor. Well, as soon as that picture went up, the atmosphere in the house changed. It was like a switch had been flipped. Shit started going down almost immediately. The house, which had always been old and creaky, suddenly felt alive in a malicious way. My uncle told me a story about one night that he has never forgotten. He was the youngest of the siblings, so by this time, all the other kids had moved out. It was just him and my grandparents. One evening, he came home late. My grandmother was working a night shift at her job, and my grandfather was away, so my uncle had the house to himself. When he walked in, all the lights in the house were turned on. It was bright and welcoming. He locked the door, feeling safe in the well-lit home, and went upstairs to take a shower. He got into the bathroom, turned on the water, and stepped in. While he was in the shower with the water running over his head, every single light in the house went out at once. It wasn't a flicker. It was instant, total darkness. He stood there, frozen in the shower stall. his heart hammering in his chest. His first rational thought was that it was a power outage. That happens, right? Storms, blown transformers, these things happen. He turned off the water and grabbed a towel, wrapping it around his waist. He carefully stepped out of the bathroom and looked out the window into the street. What he saw chilled him to the bone. The streetlights were on. The neighbors' porch lights were on. The house across the street had its television glowing blue in the window. It wasn't a neighborhood power outage. It was just his house. With trembling hands, he walked out into the hallway to the light. Switch. He reached out to flick it, thinking maybe a fuse had blown. But when his fingers touched the switch, he realized the truth. The switch was in the off position. He froze. He ran down the stairs in the dark, bumping into the wall, and checked the switch in the living room. It was physically flicked down. He checked the kitchen. Flicked down. The lights hadn't just gone out because of electricity. They had been flicked off simultaneously. Someone or something had to have physically moved those switches at the exact same moment. He lost his shit. He didn't even bother to get fully dressed. He grabbed his keys and ran out of the house as fast as he could. He slept at a friend's house that night, terrified, and waited until the morning when he knew my grandmother would be back from her job before he dared to step foot inside again. Because he was alone that night, nobody could corroborate his story. His siblings teased him, telling him he was imagining things or that he was just trying to scare them. That skepticism lasted until one day when his brother, my other uncle, came to visit the house. They were sitting in the living room just hanging out and talking. The house was quiet. Suddenly they heard a massive smash. It sounded like glass exploding. It came from the direction of the stairs. Both of them jumped up and ran to the hallway. There, lying at the foot of the stairs, was the picture of the baby girl. It was face down and the glass was shattered. Here is the thing that made no sense to them. They had not heard the picture fall. The picture was hanging at the very top of the staircase. If it had fallen off the hook, it would have hit the first step, then tumbled down the second, the third, bouncing and banging its way down to the bottom. It would have made a loud clatter of wood against wood for several seconds. But they heard nothing. Absolute silence, followed by a single loud smash at the bottom. It was as if the picture had been carried down and thrown, or flung from the top to land directly at the bottom, without touching a single step on the way down. They picked it up to examine it. The glass wasn't just broken, it was shattered in a starburst pattern right in the center. It looked exactly as if someone had punched it from the inside out, or punched it hard right in the face of the girl. That was the moment the rest of the family started to believe. You have to understand something about my family to really grasp how weird this is. My mom's whole family is incredibly educated. They are university graduates, people of science and logic. My uncle, the one who told me the story about the lights, is a university professor. He is a man who deals in facts and evidence. He thinks religion is bullshit. He is a staunch atheist and is probably the least spiritual person you will ever meet in your life. He doesn't believe in crystals, he doesn't believe in karma, and he certainly doesn't believe in fairy tales. Yet, despite all of that, he and his entire family swear on their lives that the ghost of a Quaker is in that house. They don't joke about it. To them, it is just a fact of life, like gravity or taxes. The haunting didn't stop back then. It continues to this day. My aunt now lives in the house to take care of my grandma, since my grandma can barely walk anymore and needs constant assistance. My aunt tells us stories that make my skin crawl. She says she hears footsteps running around the house all the time. These aren't the slow, shuffling steps of my grandmother. These are fast, heavy footsteps, like someone running with purpose. Sometimes she will be sitting in the kitchen or the living room, and she will hear the steps coming down the hallway. They sound like they are coming right towards her. She braces herself, waiting for someone to run into the room, but nobody appears. Instead, She hears the ghost run right around her, the sound moving through the air past her chair, and then the footsteps disappear into the walls. It is a terrifying experience to hear the physical sound of a person running next to you when you know you are the only one in the room capable of walking. I had to stay in this house for a weekend during the big cleanup. The house was so full of junk that there were no spare beds available, so I had to sleep on the floor in the living room. My job for the weekend was to help clean out the attic, the very place where the picture was found and where the activity seemed to be centered. I spent hours up there, breathing in the stale, old air, sorting through boxes of forgotten memories. I tried to keep my head down and focus on the work. I told myself that the stories were just stories, exaggerated over time. But the feeling in that house is undeniable. It feels heavy. It feels like you are being watched from the dark corners of the room. Every time I turned my back to the open attic door, the hair on the back of my neck would stand up. I kept expecting to see the little girl from the picture standing there in her stiff clothes, or to see a shadow move in the corner of my eye. I never saw anything with my own eyes that weekend. No lights flickered while I was there, and no pictures flew off the walls. But the silence in that house is loud. It presses in on you. Sleeping on the floor in the living room was a nightmare. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footstep. Every rustle of the wind outside sounded like a whisper. I lay there awake for hours, staring into the darkness, remembering my uncle's story about the lights going out. I kept waiting for the click of a switch. It freaked me the fuck out. I was so relieved when the weekend was over and I could leave. Even though I didn't see the ghost, I truly do believe my family's stories. You don't get a group of rational, cynical, educated adults to all agree on a ghost story unless something real happened. The fear in my uncle's eyes when he talks about the lights, the tension in my aunt's voice when she talks about the footsteps, those things are real. We finished cleaning the house as best we could. We threw away the ancient Tabasco sauce and the piles of trash. We scrubbed the floors and dusted the shelves. My grandmother moved back in, and my aunt is still there with her, living with the invisible roommate they call the Quaker. The picture of the girl is gone, thrown away, or lost in the shuffle of cleaning, but the presence remains. It makes you wonder about the history of the land we live on. We build our houses and live our modern lives with our Wi-Fi and our smartphones, forgetting that people lived and died on the same soil for hundreds of years before us. In the case of my grandmother's house, it seems the past isn't quite ready to leave. The Quakers may be gone from the area, their community dissolved into history, but in that one house on that quiet street, something was left behind. And it doesn't seem to like electric lights or pictures of little girls. I often think about that house now. I think about my frail grandmother sitting in her chair, and my aunt moving through the rooms, listening to the running footsteps. It is a strange reality they live in. Most families have secrets, but my family has a ghost. And even though I am thousands of miles away now, safe in my own home, I sometimes find myself checking the light switches before I go to bed, just to make sure they are exactly where I left them. My great-grandmother was, without a doubt, one of the most unforgettable people I have ever had the privilege of knowing. She was a fiery Scottish woman with a personality so large and vibrant that it seemed to fill up a room before she even physically walked through the doorway. She had a way about her that demanded attention, not because she asked for it, but because she simply radiated life. She swore like a sailor when she was frustrated, using colorful words that would make anyone else blush, but coming from her, they just sounded right. She laughed with a deep, hearty sound, as if she knew a secret joke that the rest of the world hadn't quite figured out yet. She also had a reputation in our family for playing funny jokes. These were not mean-spirited tricks, but they were wickedly clever and unbelievably funny. She loved to catch people off guard, and her eyes would twinkle with mischief whenever she pulled one over on us. Speaking of her eyes, they were remarkable. She had bright, piercing green eyes that seemed to light up her entire face. Even when I look at the handful of black and white photos from her youth, it is clear that she had been a stunningly beautiful woman on the outside long before any of us came into her world. However, her physical beauty was nothing compared to her spirit. She was warm, she was sharp, and she was mischievous. Her spirit was something much stronger than simple beauty, and it is what I remember most about her. One of the strangest and most consistent things about her was something she talked about for her entire life. She always claimed that she saw the numbers 1111. She mentioned it constantly, even back in the decades before digital clocks were common items in every household. It wasn't just a passing comment for her. As she grew older, her daughter, who is my grandmother, started noticing it as well. It was as if the habit had been passed down. Then my mother started seeing it. Eventually, it trickled down to me. All of us, every single day, and sometimes twice a day, would glance at a clock, a microwave, or a phone, and see 1111 staring back at us. To an outsider, this sounds like a weird coincidence. Skeptics would say it is just pattern recognition, the idea that because we are thinking about it, we notice it more. That is a logical explanation. But in our family, it became something much more than logic. It feels like a small, persistent message echoing through the generations. It was a family tradition that we did not choose, but one that chose us. It feels like a wink from the universe, or perhaps a wink from my great-grandmother herself, echoing through time. By the time I was 10 years old, my great-grandmother was living in a nursing home. I remember visiting her there clearly. It was one of those facilities that somehow managed to feel cold and sterile, no matter how high they turned up the heaters. The air always smells the same. It was a mixture of strong chemical disinfectant, the stale scent of old cigarettes from the break room, and something metallic. I always thought it smelled like formaldehyde. I absolutely hated going there. It was not because I did not want to see her, but because the whole place felt like a waiting room for death. Every hallway seemed too quiet, with only the squeak of nurses' shoes on the linoleum. Every room feels full of stories that were ending, piece by piece, fading away in the silence. But I went anyway every chance I got, because I loved her more than I understood how to say. She had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease by then. It was heartbreaking to watch a woman who had been so sharp and quick-witted slowly lose her grasp on reality. Her memory had become like a handful of loose threads. Some of them were still connected to the fabric of her life, but others were hanging free, blowing in random directions. She had gone fully into dementia during her last year. Most days she didn't know who anyone was. She would look at us with a blank expression that hurt more than anger ever could. Sometimes she talked to people who were not there, holding full conversations with ghosts from her past. Sometimes she forgot she was sick and old, and she would try to get up and walk, only to collapse or cry or stare into space in confusion. Watching her fade feels like watching the light slowly dim in a house you have lived in your whole life. You know the darkness is coming, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. But even in her worst moments, even when she forgot our names, she never stopped talking about 1111. She would say it suddenly, with a clarity that did not fit the rest of her scattered mind. She would point a shaking finger at the clock on the wall, or whisper the numbers like it was a secret someone was reminding her of. My mom and grandma believed there was meaning in it. I did too. It always seems to show up at the strangest times, right when we needed a distraction or a sign. Then, late one October, she slipped into a coma. The change was sudden and final. The doctors sat us down and told us she wouldn't wake up from it. She had suffered multiple small strokes, one after another, and whatever little part of her brain was still trying to stay connected had finally shut down. She had not spoken a word in weeks. She barely responded to touch, not even a flinch when we held her hand. They told us that even if she somehow woke up, she wouldn't be herself. They said there was no significant brain activity and no possibility of recovery. We were told she was at the very end, and all we could do was keep her comfortable until she passed. My grandmother struggled endlessly with the decision to let her go. They had been inseparable for decades. My great-grandmother had lived in my grandmother's home for 20 years after her husband died. They were not just mother and daughter, they were best friends. They had been each other's constant companions and lifelines. My grandmother was not ready to lose her mother, and the grief was already eating away at her before the end had even officially come. Then came November 11th. We got the call that evening that her life signs were almost gone. Her body was still breathing, but only because of the machines. Her pulse was faint and thready. She was alive in form only, not in spirit. The nurses said it would likely be the final night. My heart broke when I heard the news. She and I had always been closer, much closer than most children are with their great-grandparents. She was the one who had given me an Oscar the Grouch teddy bear when I was much smaller. I loved that bear and carried it everywhere I went. I felt I needed to be there. I begged my mom and grandma to let me come to the nursing home to say goodbye. We arrived at the nursing home around 8 p.m. The atmosphere was different that night. The air felt heavier than usual, almost thick, as if the building itself knew what was about to happen. Her room was dim and quiet, except for the steady, rhythmic beep of the monitoring machine. We sat with her, surrounding her bed. We held her limp hands, which felt so fragile, like paper. We talked to her, told her we loved her, even though we didn't know if she could hear anything. My mother told stories from her childhood, trying to keep the mood light. My grandmother whispers memories through her tears, clinging to the last pieces of the mother she loved so dearly. And then something impossible happened. My great-grandmother opened her eyes. It did not happen sluggishly or slowly. She didn't look confused or groggy. She opened them with full awareness, wide and clear, like someone waking from the deepest, most peaceful sleep of their life. Her eyes were the same bright, stunning green I remembered from before. The sickness took hold. They were clear and focused. She looked around the room, making eye contact with us. Then she squeezed my grandmother's hand. After a moment, she smiled. It was a genuine, glowing smile that lit up her entire face, erasing the years of pain and confusion. In a voice so clear, so normal, and so alive, she spoke. She said, "It's okay, it's okay." My grandmother gasped loudly, sounding like she had been physically struck. She buried her face against her mother's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. My mother and I began to cry too, overwhelmed by the shock and the emotions. I held her other hand so tightly I thought I might break her fragile fingers, but she did not pull away. Instead, she held back. She squeezed my hand with surprising strength, a reassurance that she was there with us. For a moment she seemed more alive than she had been in years. The fog of dementia has gone. The confusion was gone. She was back, just for a few seconds, to comfort us. Then the machine made a new sound. It was a long, flat tone that the doctor immediately recognized. He rushed into the room, checked her vitals, and quietly ushered my grandmother away from the bed. He took out his pen and wrote something down on her chart. She was gone. She had died peacefully, mere minutes after telling us that it was okay. The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by our sniffling. The doctor looked at his watch to record her time of death. It was November 11th. The time was 11:11 p.m. We all stared at the clock on the wall and then at each other. We were unable to breathe for a moment. It didn't feel like fear. It wasn't scary. It feels like awe. It felt like someone had turned the entire room sacred for a moment. It was the most perfect, impossible timing. I still get chills thinking about it, even decades later. It was the ultimate confirmation of the sign she had seen her whole life. But my great-grandmother wasn't quite done yet. Her daughter, who was my great-aunt, had always mocked the 1111 phenomenon. She was a skeptic through and through. She called it nonsense, superstition, and garbage. She would roll her eyes every time the subject came up at family dinners. She thought we were all being ridiculous for assigning meaning to a number on a clock. The weekend after my great-grandmother's passing, we held her wake at a local funeral home. It was a bleak, stormy autumn day. There was cold rain pouring down. The trees were leafless and skeletal, and it was the kind of weather that sinks into your bones and makes you shiver. The wake was in the morning, and the funeral was scheduled for the afternoon. The room felt heavy with grief, damp wool coats and the smell of lilies. I stood next to her open casket, crying quietly. I was clutching the same Oscar the Grouch teddy bear she had given me years ago, thanks to its comfort. Later, I went to speak with my great-aunt and great-uncle, who were standing near the back of the room. My mother and grandmother joined us, and they began to retell the story of her final moments. They talked about how she woke up, what she said, and the exact time she passed. My great-aunt listened with her usual skeptical expression, her lips curled into a long sneer of disbelief. She clearly did not believe a word of it, or she thought we were exaggerating. Then the power went out. Everything went dark. The lights in the funeral home died instantly. The music stopped. The hum of the ventilation system cut out. The room was pitch black. The room full of mourners gasped quietly. For a second, the only sound was the storm raging outside, the rain lashing against the windows. Instinctively, I looked down at my wrist. I was wearing a Timex watch with an indiglow light. I pressed the blue light button to see in the dark. The numbers lit up in a soft blue glow. 1111. I held my wrist up in the darkness and showed my great-aunt. The blue light illuminates her face. For the first time in my life, I saw the disbelief wash off her face. It was replaced with something else. It looked like fear, maybe. Or perhaps it was accepted. Or maybe it was the realization that she had been wrong for a very long time. She stared at the watch, then looked around the dark room, stunned into silence. She never mocked the 1111 story again. My family tells this story all the time now. It brings a strange comfort to the older generations. It feels like some invisible thread connects us all through time. It feels like my great-grandmother found a way to reach across the divide between life and death to say goodbye in her own mischievous, chaotic style. She wanted to make sure we knew she was still there, and she wanted to have the last laugh with the skeptics. For me, it still creeps me out a little bit, but it creeps me out in a beautiful way. It is a chilling feeling, but also a warm one. It serves as a reminder that some people leave behind echoes that don't fade quietly. Their energy is too big to just disappear. As wild as this sounds, and as unbelievable as it reads, every last word of this story is true. Writing it all down now feels like reliving it. It feels like I am standing in that nursing home again, hearing her voice one last time, telling us that it is okay. It feels like I am standing in the dark funeral home, seeing the blue light of the watch. It is a memory I will carry forever. The Mental Medical Center opened its doors on January 9, 1874, a time when the world believed that isolation and quiet could somehow heal the most troubled minds. Back then, it wasn't called the Ridges. It went by a harsher, colder name, the Athens Lunatic Asylum. It took more than 6 years to build the massive structure, and people said the location was chosen because the rolling hills and peaceful farmland would provide a calming environment for the criminally insane and those suffering from mental illness. For families who could no longer care for a disturbed relative, it seemed like a sanctuary. For the court system, it seemed like a solution. Most of the original patients were admitted, either by court orders or by their own loved ones. Many families didn't know what to do with someone suffering from severe mental illness in an era where treatment was still primitive, so they turned them over to the asylum. At the same time, institutions like this often received money for each patient admitted, which gave them an incentive to take in more people than they could realistically care for. In many cases, they accepted anyone families wanted to get rid of. Elderly parents who could no longer care for themselves, rebellious teenagers, disabled children, even people who simply didn't fit the expectations of society. At first, everyone in the surrounding community believed the Ridges was a peaceful haven. Despite the number of disturbed individuals living inside its walls, the grounds were serene and beautiful. Patients were seen walking among gardens and fountains. Families visited and had picnics on the lawns. The architecture was grand and inviting rather than cold or prison-like. Doctors promised humane treatment, rest, and rehabilitation, but that image was short-lived. As decades passed, the Ridges became hopelessly overcrowded, and the gentle atmosphere disappeared. The staff became overwhelmed. Resources ran thin, and slowly, brutality replaced care. Treatment methods grew harsher. Ice water baths were used regularly, not as therapy, but as punishment or desperate attempts to reset violent patients. Electroshock therapy became routine, sometimes used on dozens of patients a day. Lobotomies, surgical procedures that severed connections in the brain, were performed with disturbing frequency. Many who entered the asylum with mild symptoms left as shadows of themselves, if they left at all. People were admitted for reasons that would be unthinkable now. Elderly parents who became forgetful were dropped off by impatient children. Women suffering from postpartum depression were labeled hysterical. Teenagers who questioned authority or acted rebelliously could be legally committed. Society used the asylum as a dumping ground, a place to hide the parts of life families didn't want to deal with. As cruelty grew inside, strange stories began circulating outside. The Ridges earned a reputation not just for mistreatment, but for unexplained events, echoes of footsteps in empty hallways, sudden cold spots where no draft existed, voices where no one stood. And then came the story of Margaret Schilling. On December 1st, 1978, Margaret, a patient with a kind but troubled mind, went missing. Some say she wandered off during recreation time. Others say she was playing hide and seek with the nurses, who became distracted and simply forgot to look for her. Whatever the truth, Margaret vanished somewhere within the maze of the asylum. For weeks, nobody found her. The staff assumed she had slipped away or perhaps been taken to another wing. The asylum was large and disorganized, with locked sections, unused rooms, and storage areas no one visited regularly. Winter began settling in. Snow came. Margaret remained missing. More than a month later, on January 12, 1979, a maintenance worker discovered her body. The room she was found in had been locked for some time. No one used it. No one checked it. Margaret had been there alone for weeks, her life slowly fading with no one hearing her calls or noticing her absence. She died quietly, unnoticed by the staff sworn to care for her. But it wasn't her death that terrified people. It was the imprint she left behind. When her body was removed, a perfect outline remained on the floor, an eerie silhouette of her hair, her dress, even the folds of her clothing. Some claimed her body decomposed in such a way that a chemical reaction with sunlight caused the stain. Others said the heat of decay bonded into the floor permanently, but none of those explanations made sense, because the stain never faded. It was scrubbed, it was bleached, it was cleaned dozens of times over the years, but every time the shape returned, the soft outline of a woman lying on her side, forever preserving the moment she died alone. Many believed Margaret still haunted the abandoned rooms of the asylum. Workers reported hearing footsteps near the space where she was found. Some said they heard crying. Others swore they saw a shadow that matched her silhouette move across the wall when no one else was in the building. And Margaret wasn't the only ghost rumored to linger. The asylum grounds included a cemetery, a field where hundreds of former patients were buried. Because many had been committed by the courts, they had no families left to claim them. There was no one to pay for funerals or headstones. They were buried in simple graves, marked only by small numbered plaques, rows upon rows of anonymous dead. In one section, the arrangement of the graves formed a circle, perfectly shaped, perfectly aligned. People claimed this circle was used for witchcraft or rituals. Some insisted it was a gathering point for spirits. Others said the ground itself felt wrong, like something had seeped into it from decades of suffering. Visitors reported feeling watched as they walked through the cemetery. Some said they heard whispers. Others felt cold patches even in warm weather. A few claimed to see figures standing among the numbered markers, figures that faded when approached. The ridges became a place where history and haunting overlapped. The beauty of the grounds only made the darkness feel stronger, like a contrast that refused to fade. Even after the asylum shut down, the stories continued. People wandered into abandoned wings and heard doors slam behind them. Security workers reported seeing shadows moving in rooms where no one had been for years. Some described a pressure in the air, a heaviness that made it difficult to breathe or think clearly. Those who had worked in the asylum before it closed said the building itself seemed alive. They heard footsteps in locked hallways. They felt someone brushing past them in empty rooms. They saw figures in old-fashioned patient uniforms drifting down the corridors before disappearing behind walls. No matter how many explanations experts tried to give, architecture, airflow, imagination, none of them ever accounted for everything. Not the stain that returned after every cleaning, not the cemetery circle, not the voices, not the cold spots, not the sense of being watched. The ridges became one of those places where the past clings to the walls, a place where suffering, confusion, and fear didn't simply disappear when the doors closed, a place where the dead were buried without names, where patients lived in silence and isolation, where treatment became torment. People still visit today. Some go out of curiosity, others go to feel the history. A few go hoping to see something supernatural. Whether or not they do, one thing remains certain. The ridges never really let go of its ghosts, and some of its ghosts, it seems, never let go of it either. This story reminds me of a very strange and unsettling experience that was related to me by a friend of mine. For the sake of his privacy, I will call him Alan. To understand the gravity of this story, you first have to understand the kind of person Alan is. He is one of those guys who is brilliant, almost to a fault. His intelligence is so high that it actually makes it difficult for him to function normally in everyday society. He sees patterns and logic where the rest of us just see chaos, and because of that, simple social interactions can be a struggle for him. He overthinks everything. He analyzes every word. But despite his quirks, he has a mind that I have always admired. After he told me this story, I honestly wondered for a moment if I should take it as a sign that he was finally losing his mind. It sounded so impossible. But then I looked at his face. I saw the genuine fear in his eyes. To this day, he still gets visibly upset if I even mention the topic. He shuts down completely. It is a memory that haunts him, not because it was a nightmare in the traditional sense, but because it felt too real to be just a dream. We were in college at the time, and we had a couple of advanced classes together. Alan was the type of student who never missed a lecture. He was obsessed with academic perfection. So when he just flat out did not show up for a lecture one Tuesday morning, it was wildly out of character for him. I sat next to his empty chair, checking my watch, expecting him to burst through the doors late, but he never came. The professor went on with the lesson, but I could not focus. I had a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Later that afternoon, I decided to stop by his dorm room to check on him. It was a bright, sunny afternoon, the kind of day where everyone is outside throwing a frisbee or studying on the grass, but the hallway to his room was quiet. I knocked on his door. There was no answer at first. I knocked again, louder this time. Finally, I heard the lock click. When he opened the door, it was obvious he had been in bed all day. The curtains were drawn tight, making the room pitch black except for the slice of light coming from the hallway. He looked terrible. I asked him if he was sick, maybe the flu or something, but I could already tell that was not it. He was not feverish, he was pale, he looked shaken. He did not look scared exactly. It was deeper than fear. He looked like someone who had just witnessed a car crash or seen a ghost. He looked shaken to his core, like his entire understanding of the world had been cracked open. I walked into the room and sat on his desk chair. I told him I wasn't leaving until he told me what was going on. After some prodding and a long, heavy silence, he finally sat up on the edge of his bed and started telling me this story. He told me that he had woken up that morning and just lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, thinking about what had happened in his sleep. He couldn't move. He couldn't process it. The backstory started a few weeks prior. Alan told me that he had been reading the autobiography of Richard Feynman, the famous physicist. There is a section in the book where Feynman talks about lucid dreaming. For those who do not know, lucid dreaming is the state where you are dreaming, but you become aware of the fact that you are dreaming. Once you realize it is a dream, you can supposedly take control of it. You can fly, you can change the scenery, you can do whatever you want because it is your mind. Alan, being the intellectual explorer that he is, got the idea that he wanted to try this. He became obsessed with the concept. He did serious research on it. He read papers, he looked up techniques online, and he even talked to some grad students in the psychology department who were researching sleep and consciousness. He treated it like a science experiment. For the past few days leading up to the incident, he had been having some success. He was able to recognize he was asleep and maintain that state for a few minutes. But last night, he told me, he had way too much success. His basic technique was focused on a specific object. The method he used was to think about one single object over and over again in the hour or so before he went to sleep. He would visualize it, rotate it in his mind, and think about its texture. The idea is that your subconscious will then show that object to you in a dream. Because you have been focusing on it so hard, you will recognize it. That recognition triggers your conscious brain to wake up just enough to say, "Wait a minute, I am dreaming." Then you can take control. The object he chose was an integration symbol from calculus. It looks like an elongated, stylized letter S. It was a very Alan thing to choose. So he goes to sleep. He enters the dream state. Suddenly he sees the integration symbol floating in front of him. It works. He recognizes it. He realizes he is asleep. He takes control. His dream starts with a rush of wind. He finds himself standing at the very top of the Great Dome. It is the most iconic building on our campus, a massive architectural feat. In real life, you cannot stand on top of it. But in the dream, he was balanced right on the apex, looking down at the campus. It felt vivid. He could feel the cold wind on his face. He could see the details of the stone. Then he decides to move. He falls through the top of the dome. He does not break through it. He just passes through the solid material like a ghost. He floats down into room 10250. This is an enormous lecture hall on our campus. It is a place every student knows and fears because it is best known for the horrific, high-pressure tests people endure within those walls. He is hovering above the rows of seats. Below him, a test is going on. It is dead silent. Hundreds of students are bent over their desks, scribbling away frantically. The tension in the room is palpable. Alan decides to have some fun with it. After all, that was kind of the point of learning how to lucid dream to begin with. He wanted to be a god in his own universe. He wanted to break the rules. He flies down from the ceiling and lands next to the teaching assistant's desk at the front of the room. He grabs the TA's laptop. He lifts it over his head and throws it as hard as he can against the brick wall. He expects an explosion of plastic and glass. He expects noise. He expects people to scream or look up. But nothing happens. The laptop hits the wall, but it doesn't make any sound. It is completely silent. None of the students notice it. No one looks up from their papers. And when he looks back at the desk, the laptop is sitting right there in front of the TA, perfectly intact. It was as if the dream simply reset itself instantly to correct his interference. He frowns. This isn't how it is supposed to work. He tries again. He walks over to a student in the front row. He grabs one of their test papers. He rips it in half, then shreds it into little pieces, throwing them into the air like confetti. But again, nothing happens. As soon as the paper leaves his hands, a new one appears immediately, seamlessly, on the desk. The student keeps writing without missing a beat. The confetti vanishes before it hits the floor. Alan starts to feel a little uneasy. He figures there are still some restraints to what he can do in his dream. Maybe his subconscious is too rigid. Maybe his brain is so used to the rules of the classroom that it won't let him break them, even in sleep. He decides to go somewhere else. He wants to get away from the test. He pushes off the ground and flies back up through the ceiling. He passes through the roof again and finds himself perched atop the great dome once more. Only this time, he is not alone. There is someone else there. Standing on the curve of the dome, looking out over the horizon, is a young man. Alan has never seen him before. This is not a friend, not a professor, not anyone from his memory. It is a total stranger. The guy is dressed casually, wearing jeans and a simple sweater. He is just standing there, hands in his pockets, apparently unaware of my friend's presence. Alan lands softly on the roof behind him. He is feeling frustrated now. The laptop didn't break. The paper didn't tear. He feels like he has no power in his own mind. He sees this dream character, this figment of his imagination, and decides to be a little malicious. It is a dream, after all. None of this is real. This person isn't real. Alan decides he is going to push this guy off the roof. He walks up behind the stranger. He braces himself. He reaches out his hands and shoves the stranger's back with all his strength. He expects the guy to tumble forward. He expects him to fall into the abyss of the dream. Only he doesn't move. When Alan goes to push him off, it is like pushing against a solid brick wall. There is no give at all. The stranger feels heavy, solid, and completely immovable. This is wrong. In a dream, things are supposed to be fluid. Nothing should feel this solid. The stranger stumbles slightly, not from the force of the push, but from the surprise of being touched. He spins around. The stranger looks at my friend. He is startled as all hell. His eyes go wide. He jumps back, raising his hands in defense. It is the reaction of a real person who has just been snuck up on. He looks at Alan as if he has seen a ghost. There is a moment of total silence on top of that roof. The wind seems to stop. Alan freezes. He stares at the stranger. The stranger stares at him. After regaining his composure, the stranger steps closer. He looks my friend right in the eyes. His expression is not one of a dream character. It is not blank or vague. It is confused, terrified, and angry. The stranger leans in and frantically, breathlessly whispers a question. It was the last thing Alan heard before he woke up. Gasping for air, clutching his chest, covered in cold sweat in his dark dorm room. The stranger whispered, "What are you doing in my dream?" Alan sat there in his dorm room, recounting this final moment to me, and I saw his hands trembling. He looked at me with desperate eyes, waiting for me to tell him it was just a nightmare. But the way he described it, the solidity of the man, the genuine shock on the stranger's face, it didn't sound like a nightmare. Usually, when you interact with characters in your own dream, they act according to your expectations. If you attack them, they fight back or flee. If you talk to them, they say nonsense or things you already know. They don't react with genuine autonomous shock, and they certainly don't claim ownership of the reality you are standing in. Alan stopped experimenting with lucid dreaming after that. He threw the book away. He stopped doing the visualization exercises. He tried his best to forget the face of the man in the jeans and sweater. But the question lingered. It hung in the air between us in that dorm room, and it still hangs in the air whenever I think about it. If Alan was the one dreaming, why couldn't he control anything? Why did the world reset itself when he tried to change it? And why was that man so solid? The implication that terrified Alan was simple. He wasn't the dreamer, he was the intruder. He had projected his consciousness out, looking for a dream to control, and he had accidentally stumbled into someone else's. He was a ghost haunting someone else's mind. And that stranger on the roof wasn't a figment of Alan's imagination. He was a real person, somewhere out in the world, having a dream about standing on a roof, only to be terrified by a phantom figure trying to push him off. We never talked about it again after that day. Alan graduated at the top of our class. He went on to do great things in his field. He is still brilliant, still socially awkward, and still successful. But sometimes when we are hanging out and the conversation lulls, I catch him staring off into the distance with a look of unease. I wonder if he is afraid to close his eyes. I wonder if he is afraid that he might drift too far again and end up in a place where he doesn't belong, facing a stranger who knows he shouldn't be there. It is a story that makes you question the nature of sleep. We assume our dreams are private, locked rooms inside our own heads. But Alan's story suggests that maybe the walls aren't as thick as we think they are. Maybe if you push hard enough, you can fall through the ceiling of your own mind and land in someone else's. When I look back at my freshman year of college, I remember the excitement of newfound freedom, the stress of exams, and the long drives back to my hometown. But more than anything, I remember the fear. It was a specific kind of fear, the kind that settles in the pit of your stomach and makes you question your own senses. At the time, I was dating a guy from my hometown. He lived about 45 minutes away from my university campus, so I spent a lot of my weekends driving back and forth to see him. He still lived with his father and their family dog in a house that felt comfortable and familiar during the day, but transformed into something entirely different once the sun went down. This boyfriend of mine was not like other people I knew. He was used to the strange and the unexplained. He had already shared some pretty unsettling stories with me about things he had experienced growing up. He talked about sleep paralysis often, describing the sensation of being held down by invisible weights while shadows moved in the corners of his vision. Being a skeptic, I usually brushed these stories off. I tried to find logical explanations for everything. I told him it was just his brain playing tricks on him, or that it was just the result of stress and exhaustion. I did not believe in ghosts, I did not believe in demons, and I certainly did not believe that houses could be haunted. I was firmly grounded in reality, or at least I thought I was. But as I spent more time at his house, my skepticism began to chip away, piece by piece, until I was left with experiences I simply could not explain away. One particular night stands out in my memory with crystal clarity. It was a weekend, and we were staying at his dad's house. The house was quiet. His father was asleep in his room, and the world outside was dark and still. We were in his bedroom, sound asleep, lost in the heavy, dreamless slumber of young adults. Suddenly, a noise cut through the silence. It wasn't a subtle noise, it was loud, distinct, and unmistakable. We both woke up at the exact same moment, our eyes snapping open in the dark. We lay there, frozen, listening. It sounded exactly like the back screen door opening. It was a specific sound, the metal latch clicking, the rusty hinges squealing, and the heavy thud of the door hitting the frame. Then we heard footsteps. They were heavy, deliberate steps, moving across the floor downstairs. It sounded like someone had just walked right into the house. Beside the bed, the family dog went absolutely mad. This was a dog that was usually calm and friendly, but in that moment, he transformed. He was standing at the closed bedroom door, the hair on his back standing straight up. He was barking ferociously, a deep, guttural growl that vibrated through the room. He wasn't barking at a squirrel or a car passing by outside. He was barking at something on the other side of that door. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst. My first thought was not ghosts. It was intruders. I was convinced someone had broken in. My boyfriend, fully awake now, reacted instantly. He reached under the bed and grabbed a handgun he kept there for protection. The look on his face was serious. He signaled for me to stay put, to stay quiet. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, terrified, listening to the heavy footsteps downstairs. He opened the bedroom door and stepped out into the hallway, the dog rushing out past him. I listened as he slowly descended the stairs. I could hear the floorboards creaking under his weight. I held my breath, waiting for a shout, a struggle, or the sound of a gunshot. I imagined the worst-case scenarios: a burglar, a violent criminal, someone who wanted to hurt us. The minutes he was gone felt like hours. I strained my ears, trying to hear what was happening downstairs. After what felt like an eternity, he came back up the stairs. He walked into the room, looking confused and unsettled. He lowered the gun and shook his head. He told me that no one was there. He had checked every room. He had checked the kitchen, the living room, the back entryway. The back screen door, which we had both clearly heard open and slam shut, was locked tight. The main door was bolted. The windows were all closed. There was absolutely no sign of forced entry. Nothing was out of place. The house was empty, silent, and secure. We sat on the edge of the bed trying to process this. We had both heard it. The dog had heard it. The sounds had been as real as the bed we were sitting on. We eventually went back downstairs together to check one more time, just to be sure. We checked the locks again. We looked in the closets. We even looked outside. There was nothing. The silence of the house felt heavy, oppressive, as if the house itself was holding its breath. The next morning, under the safety of sunlight, we asked his dad about it. We asked if he had gotten up in the middle of the night for a glass of water or a midnight snack. He looked at us with genuine confusion and said, no. He had been asleep the entire night. He hadn't heard the door, he hadn't heard the footsteps, and he hadn't heard the dog barking. It didn't make sense. How could two people and a dog hear a break-in that never happened, while the person in the next room slept through it all? That was the first time I realized that maybe, just maybe, logic didn't apply here. On another occasion, the strangeness escalated from sounds to physical sensations. We were asleep in his room again, weeks later. The night started normally, but it ended in terror. I woke up because the world was shaking. I don't mean I was shivering, I mean the room felt like it was moving. It felt like an earthquake. I have never been in a major earthquake, but this is exactly what I imagine it feels like. The bed was vibrating, the walls seemed to be humming, and there was a deep, low rumble that I could feel in my bones. I sat up, clutching the sheets. My boyfriend woke up at the same time, looking around wildly. We looked at each other, totally petrified. We were both fully awake, and we were both feeling the tremors. The dog, once again, was the first to react. He was at the bedroom door, barking and growling, but this time his growl was lower, more fearful. He wasn't just aggressive, he was scared. We looked towards the bedroom door, which was slightly ajar. What I saw next is something I will never forget. Usually, the hallway light outside his room was a standard soft yellow bulb. But that night, there was a light coming from under the door and through the crack, and it was green. It wasn't a natural green, like the leaves of a tree. It was a sickly, neon green, like a dim party light or a chemical glow. It washed into the room, casting long, eerie shadows across the floor. The shaking continued. The dog growled at the green light. My rational mind tried to fire up, tried to find an explanation, but it failed. We live in Kansas. While there are some minor fault lines in the area, earthquakes are incredibly rare and certainly not strong enough to feel like this. And even if it was an earthquake, why was the light green? Why was the dog acting like there was a predator in the hall? I was paralyzed with fear. I remember pulling the covers over my head, hiding like a child, wishing for it to stop. I don't remember if my boyfriend got up to investigate that time. I think he might have been just as scared as I was. We stayed in that bed, riding out the tremors until they eventually faded away into stillness. When the morning came, everything was normal. The hallway light was back to its standard white bulb. There were no cracks in the walls, no items fallen off the shelves. We asked his dad immediately if he had felt the earthquake. We expected him to say yes, that maybe a truck had hit the house or something. But once again, his dad had felt nothing. He looked at us like we were crazy. I checked the news. I checked the local reports. There were no earthquakes recorded in Kansas that night. I tried to tell myself it must have been a heavy truck driving by on the highway. But that explanation didn't hold water. His house was miles away from any main roads where big semi-trucks would travel. It was on a quiet residential street. There was no physical reason for the house to shake, and there was certainly no explanation for the green light. It remains one of the most bizarre experiences of my life. Eventually, my boyfriend moved out of his dad's house. He got a place with a roommate, a duplex in a different part of town. I thought that maybe by leaving that house, the weird occurrences would stop. I thought maybe it was the house that was the problem, but I was wrong. It seemed that whatever was happening was attached to him, not the building. I went to visit him at his new place one afternoon. It was a normal day. I walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. I waited, expecting my boyfriend to open the door with a smile. Instead, the curtain on the window moved. I saw his roommate peeking out. I waved, but he didn't wave back. He just stared at me. Then I noticed his hand. He was holding a large kitchen knife. A cold shiver went down my spine. This wasn't a horror movie. This was real life. Why was he holding a weapon? He finally unlocked the door and opened it slowly. He didn't say hello. He just stood there staring at me with a look of pure exhaustion and paranoia. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. He was still clutching the knife tightly in his hand. I hesitated on the porch, not wanting to step inside with someone who looked so unstable. He stared at me for a few more seconds, as if trying to figure out if I was real. Then, without a word, he lowered the knife, turned around, and walked up the stairs to his bedroom, closing the door behind him. I hurried inside and went straight to my boyfriend's room. I found him sitting on his bed. I asked him, "What on earth is wrong with your roommate?" He answered the door with a knife. My boyfriend sighed, running a hand through his hair. He looked tired, too. He explained that for the past few weeks, they had been dealing with something maddening. The doorbell had been ringing on its own. It wasn't just once or twice. It was constant. It would ring at all hours of the day and night. Ding dong. They would go to the door, open it, and no one would be there. Ding dong. They would check outside, check the bushes, check the street, empty. It happened so often that the roommate had started to lose his mind. He became convinced that someone was messing with them. Someone was stalking them. He had started carrying the knife for protection because he was terrified that one time he would open the door and the invisible prankster would finally be there. When he saw me, he was just reacting to yet another ring, expecting a ghost, and finding me instead. There were so many other little things that happened while I dated him. Objects moving, cold spots, feelings of being watched. We have kept in touch over the years, and even now he tells me that he still experiences these things. It seems to follow him wherever he lives. He can move to a new house, a new city, or a new state, and eventually the activity starts again. We have spent a lot of time trying to figure out why. Why him? Why does this energy cling to him like a shadow? We think it might have something to do with his heritage, or perhaps something specific that happened to his father when he was a young man. There is a story his dad told me once, a story that feels like the origin point of all this darkness. His dad grew up in the same area, a place with a lot of local legends. One night, back when he was young and reckless, he and his buddies decided to go to a notoriously haunted cemetery nearby. In our area, there are certain places you just don't go, and this cemetery was at the top of the list. It was rumored to be a gateway to hell, a place where evil resided. His friends dared him to do something foolish. There was an old abandoned church or house on the property. The details are a bit fuzzy, but the fear is not. They dared him to enter the building and walk down the basement stairs into the dark. Being young and full of bravado, he agreed. He wanted to prove he wasn't scared. His dad told me that he opened the door to the basement. It was pitch black. He began to descend the stairs, one by one, into the complete darkness. As he went down, the air changed. It became heavy and thick, and then the smell hit him. He said it smelled horrible, not just like mold or old dust, but like rotting meat, sulfur, and decay. It was the scent of death. He kept going, trying to hold his breath, and then, from the bottom of the stairs, in the absolute dark, a voice spoke to him. It wasn't a demonic growl. It was worse. It was the voice of his dead grandmother. He recognized it instantly. But what terrified him the most was that she called him by his family nickname. It was a private name, one that only his close family knew, one that strangers or friends wouldn't know. The voice came from the darkness, clear as day. "Turn around," she said. "Turn around and leave, now." He didn't wait to be told twice. He turned and scrambled up those stairs as fast as he could, bursting out into the night air, terrified out of his mind. He never went back. But sometimes I wonder if he brought something back with him that night. I wonder if by entering that space, by descending into that darkness, he opened a door that never fully closed. Maybe something attached itself to his family line, passing from father to son, a quiet, haunting legacy that manifests as footsteps in the night, green lights under the door, and a doorbell that never stops ringing. I am not with him anymore, and I live a much quieter life now. I don't hear footsteps when I'm alone, and my bed doesn't shake. But whenever I think of those years, I get a chill. I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And I know that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that linger in the shadows, waiting for someone to notice them. There's a strange little glitch in the human brain that a lot of people have experienced but don't really talk about. You're walking through a crowd or scrolling on your phone or drifting near sleep and suddenly you hear your name. Clear as day. It sounds like someone is calling you from just behind your shoulder or across the room. You turn, expecting to see someone, but there's no one there, just noise or silence. Years later, I learned there's an actual term for this kind of thing. It's been studied. It's not magic. It's something the brain does when it tries to find patterns in chaos. That's what they say anyway, but no fancy explanation changes what it became for me or what it cost me. For most people, it's just a weird glitch. For me, it's the day my life split into before and after. My parents were never big on technology. They weren't clueless, just resistant. They used their phones for calls and maybe a few photos. They hated updates, passwords, notifications. They didn't trust anything that kept changing every few months. But they loved me, and in the end, that love kept nudging them to keep up. At least a little. It really started when our internet got upgraded properly for the first time. We'd had slow, spotty Wi-Fi for years, the kind where streaming anything meant constant buffering and everyone yelling at the router. But one day a tech from the provider came over, installed a new router and fiber connection, and suddenly our house was swimming in fast internet. My parents didn't care about that. They still used their phones the same way. But for me, it was an entire world opening. I had my own room, my own second-hand laptop, and my own Spotify account. For my birthday, I got a cheap pair of wireless over-ear headphones. Definitely not AirPods Max or anything fancy, just an off-brand pair ordered from Amazon during a sale. They weren't perfect, but they worked, and that was all I needed. Music was a way out of my head. At the time, I wasn't into pop like most people around me. I could enjoy it, sure, but what really grabbed me was orchestral music, film scores, big cinematic soundtracks that felt like entire worlds unfolding inside my ears. Music from epic movies, emotional drama films, video game scores, anything with strings that swelled and brass that crashed like waves. It made my everyday life feel less ordinary. We weren't rich. We weren't desperate either. But money was always tight enough that I knew better than to ask for things casually. When I wanted something, I tried to earn it. That's how I ended up with my first job, delivering flyers. It wasn't glamorous. I wasn't delivering food or packages like most people my age did. I walked from house to house, stuffing folded ads into mailboxes or slotting them between door handles. It was boring, repetitive work, but it paid just enough to keep my little habits going. Music subscriptions, the occasional game, some snacks. I'd load up a playlist of soundtracks on Spotify, connect my headphones, step outside, and start walking. After a while, it got almost meditative. The music would rise, and the physical world around me would fade into the background. The ache in my legs from walking all day, the sweat on my back, the sting of cold air in winter or the sting of sun in summer, it all blurred under the weight of the sound swirling through my head. Violins climbed higher, drums pulsed beneath everything, choirs hummed under the surface like distant ghosts. But there was something else that kept happening, a crack in the spell. I would be lost in the music halfway through a long street, flyers tucked under my arm, when suddenly I'd hear my name. Not through the headphones, not like lyrics, but like someone standing beside me calling out, sharp, clear, urgent. I'd stop walking, hit pause, turn around. No one, just empty sidewalk, a parked car, a bird on a wire, maybe a passing truck a block away. I'd stand there for a few seconds feeling stupid, then shake it off and hit play again. At first, I thought maybe someone really had called me and I just couldn't spot them. Or maybe the music had some sound buried in the mix that my brain was twisting into my name. People hear patterns where there aren't any all the time. I tried to be logical about it. But then it kept happening. Sometimes I would hear it in the middle of a huge orchestral swell, like my name was hidden between a burst of trumpets and crashing cymbals. Sometimes it came in the applause at the end of a track, like someone in the crowd called out. Sometimes it slipped in just before a song ended, never at the same timestamp twice. I updated my playlists constantly. I was always discovering new composers, new movie scores, new atmospheres, so I couldn't map the moment. It never came at a part I remembered clearly later. It just felt random. Weeks would go by with nothing. Then, suddenly, my name would fall out of nowhere again, so real I would instinctively yank off my headphones and spin around. And every time, there would be nothing but the ordinary world, carrying on without me. I started to feel uneasy about it. I kept telling myself it was nothing, but my stomach tightened a little whenever it happened. I never told my parents. They would tell me to stop overthinking things. I never told my friends. They'd either laugh or worry about me, and I didn't want either reaction. So I carried it around in silence, this small, growing dread that something wasn't right. Then there was that day. It was one of those afternoons where the air feels too bright, like the sun is trying to wear you down. I had been out delivering flyers for hours. Sweat clung to my shirt, my legs felt heavier with each block, and my head buzzed with the remnants of too many thoughts. I finally made it back to our street, the stack of flyers mostly gone, my water bottle almost empty. My mom and my little sister were outside near the driveway. My sister was 6, small and full of endless energy, with this habit of turning everything into a game. That day they were washing the car together. My mom was doing the actual work, while my sister splashed around with the hose, laughing and shrieking whenever water bounced back and hit her. They looked up when I reached the house. My mom studied my face for half a second and saw everything. Tiredness, heat, that heavy feeling you get when you've pushed yourself too far. "You look exhausted," she said. "Go lie down for a bit. I'll bring you something cold to drink." That sounded like the best idea in the world. I mumbled a thanks, dropped my bag inside, and walked over to the hammock we had strung between 2 posts in the yard. It wasn't fancy, just an old fabric hammock, but it held me, and that was enough. I lay down, feeling all the tension in my body sink into it. My mom went inside, probably to get iced tea or juice. The sound of water splashing and my sister's laughter faded into the background. I put on my headphones. The familiar connection sound chimed softly. My phone screen lit up with Spotify still open. I didn't think too hard about what I picked, just tapped on one of my orchestral playlists, hit shuffle, and let it play. The music started quietly, a rising pattern of strings that slowly grew fuller. My eyes closed on their own. The sun warmed my skin. A breeze brushed across my face. For a few minutes, everything narrowed to sound and sensation. The rest of the world slipped away. The street, the car, even my own house. I floated just under the surface of sleep. Not fully gone, but not fully here either. Then I heard my name. My whole body flinched, my muscles tightening as if they wanted to jump up. But I made myself stay still. I pressed my eyes shut, even tighter. This again, I thought. It's just that thing, that glitch. Ignore it. It's fine. The music kept playing, a flush of brass, a roll of timpani, violins sliding upward. My name again. This time it came sharper, more insistent. I swallowed, my heart starting to pick up. I tried to focus on the instruments, on the rhythm, on the melody. I told myself it was in my head. I told myself I didn't have to react every time. Then it came again, and again. 4 times. 5 times. Almost in rhythm with the music, like my name had become part of the score, stitched into the rise and fall of the orchestra. My throat went dry. It didn't feel random anymore. It didn't feel like my brain misfiring. It felt like someone trying very hard to be heard. I couldn't take it. I opened my eyes. It felt like the world snapped into focus all at once. The street, the sunlight, the driveway, the car, the hose lying on the ground, water pooling where it leaked. For a heartbeat, everything was normal. And then my gaze slid to the road in front of our house. My sister was lying on the asphalt. She was face down, her arms dragging at the ground, her legs twisted in ways that made my stomach turn. Her hip area looked wrong, crushed, like something heavy had rolled over her and kept going. Her little shirt was smeared with dirt and blood. Her face was scraped and raw, her nose bent at an angle that shouldn't exist. Tire marks streaked the road near her, but there was no car anywhere in sight. Whoever hit her hadn't stopped. The music in my headphones didn't matter anymore. I ripped them off without even bothering to pause anything. They fell somewhere behind me, dangling from the hammock, or dropped into the grass. I was already on my feet, already running. As I got closer, the sound that broke through everything wasn't the music, wasn't the wind, wasn't any distant traffic. It was her. She was calling my name. Her voice was thin and broken and shaking, but it was still hers. She cried out for me over and over, throwing in our mother's name between sobs. Pure desperation woven into every sound. She tried to pull herself off the road with her arms because her legs wouldn't work anymore. The skin on her palms was scraped where she dragged herself across the asphalt. I dropped to my knees beside her, my heart slamming so hard it felt like my chest would crack. I didn't know what to do. I had no training, no plan. I wanted to pick her up, but I was terrified I'd make things worse. I wanted to scream for my mother, but my throat locked up. My hands hovered uselessly over her, shaking, searching for somewhere to touch that wasn't broken or bleeding. "I'm here," I said, my voice coming out in a rush. I'm here, it's okay, it's okay." It wasn't okay. We both knew that. My mother appeared a few seconds later, dropping whatever she'd been holding inside. She screamed when she saw my sister. Everything after that became a blur of movement and noise. My mother shouting, someone calling emergency services, neighbors coming out of their homes, sirens in the distance that felt too far away, too slow. I remember holding my sister's hand, or at least trying to. I remember her fingers squeezing mine weakly. I remember the way her eyes darted everywhere, unfocused, panicked. She didn't make it to the hospital. She died in the ambulance. People always talk about how quiet a room feels after someone dies, but they don't talk about how loud your own head becomes. Everything in me screamed, and there was nowhere to put that sound. My parents never had to say they blamed me. I could see it in the way they looked at me, or sometimes refused to look at all. I was the older one. I was supposed to watch her. I was supposed to hear her when she needed me, not when it was too late. I blamed myself more than they ever could. That hasn't changed. Time moved forward whether I wanted it to or not. The internet got faster again. Phones got smarter again. Apps changed their icons and layouts. Entire platforms rose and fell. I kept collecting music. Now my library wasn't just playlists. It was full discographies, complete works from composers I admired, albums I'd never had the time or courage to fully explore. Some songs I listened to over and over, letting them numb me out. Some songs I avoided entirely because they reminded me of things I couldn't bear to think about. But I never got rid of that playlist, the one I'd been listening to the day she died. Somewhere on my phone, on my laptop, in the cloud. It stayed. Years passed. Seasons rolled over each other. Birthdays came and went with a little less color than they used to have. My parents and I learned how to talk around the memory without stepping directly on it. My sister stayed 6 years old in my mind, no matter how old I got. One winter evening, when the air outside was sharp and cold and the house felt oddly hollow, I was sitting alone in my room. Snow tapped softly against the window. My phone was in my hand, thumb scrolling through endless songs, albums, playlists. I didn't know what I wanted to listen to. Everything either felt too empty or too heavy. Without really planning to, I searched for that old orchestral album, the one from that day, the one that had been playing when I heard my name again and again, the one that wrapped itself around the moment I walked from the hammock to the road and saw my sister on the ground. I found it. My heart sped up, an old reflex waking up inside me. I put on my headphones, the nice pair I'd eventually saved up for. I took a deep breath, like someone about to dive into cold water. Then I tapped play. The first track started. The sound was cleaner now than it ever had been back then. Better equipment, better streaming quality. But beneath that polish was something old, something I recognized instantly. The melody moved forward, patient and deliberate. I closed my eyes. My chest felt tight. My fingers curled slightly into my palms, but I let it play. The first movement finished. The second began. My mind filled with flashes. Sunlight on asphalt, a hammock swaying, water on the driveway, little hands on a hose. I kept my breathing steady. In, out, in, out. I didn't skip anything. I let each piece run its course, even when my stomach knotted, even when my throat burned. Near the end of the album, the second to last piece started. It rose and twisted, built and fell, the way orchestral works often do. I was so focused on not falling apart that I barely noticed the structure of the music. Then, slowly, it began to quiet. There was a rest before the final swell, a pause, a brief silence in the recording before the orchestra returned in full for the finale. In that silence, 3 words cut through as clearly as if someone had leaned down beside me and whispered into my ear. "Let me die." My eyes flew open. Every hair on my arms stood on end. My breath caught mid-inhale and stayed frozen in my chest. The room around me looked wrong for a moment, like it wasn't quite solid. Our old dresser, my desk, the faint glow from the hallway, all of it felt distant. The voice hadn't come from inside my head. It hadn't come from the street outside. It hadn't come from another room. It was right there, between the notes, folded into that little moment of silence where nothing should have existed but the soft hiss of recording noise. It sounded like her. I stopped the track with fingers that didn't feel entirely steady. I scrubbed back a few seconds, hit play again, and sat perfectly still, waiting. The music played. The rest came. Silence. No words. No whisper. No voice. I tried it again and again. Each time it was just a normal pause in the sound, nothing out of the ordinary. But I had heard it. I know I did. Those 3 words dug into me and refused to leave. Let me die. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was trauma. Maybe it was that same brain glitch that made me hear my name for months on end. Maybe some part of me needed to believe she was asking me to let go, to stop clinging to the moment of her pain. Or maybe there's more in the quiet spaces of the world than we like to admit. People will tell you it was all in my head, that the mind is capable of filling in silence with whatever hurts the most. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're wrong. All I know is that back then, when I was lying in that hammock with the sun on my face and music in my ears, something called my name so urgently that I couldn't ignore it. And years later, in a warm room on a cold night, when I finally forced myself to face that music again, something spoke in the silence and asked to be released. I heard it. And I'm not crazy. I don't remember my exact age anymore, but I know it had to be sometime in the mid-'80s, because He-Man toys were everywhere back then. Everyone at school talked about them, and kids would bring their figures in plastic lunchboxes just to compare whose character had the better sword or chest armor. If I had to guess, I was probably 7 or 8 years old. That's the age where your imagination is still wide open, where toys feel alive. The world feels bigger, and the strange things that happen at night feel both impossible and completely real at the same time. It was a Friday night, and I remember that clearly because my parents never let me stay up late on weekdays. Fridays were my freedom nights, my chance to stretch the day out as long as possible before the weekend officially began. I'd grab whatever snacks we had around the house and sit in front of the TV until my eyes could barely stay open. On that night, I was eating these potato skins that used to be sold in my town. They were the best things ever, crispy, salty, full of flavor. I don't know why they stopped making them, but sometimes I still think about them the way adults think about childhood candy that disappeared from store shelves. Those potato skins were my weekly ritual. I remember flipping through channels until I landed on a ventriloquist act. I didn't know the comedian's name, and I still don't to this day, but he had this wild blue monkey puppet he kept using in the act. The puppet was bright, almost fluorescent blue. It stood out even on our old television that always had a slight greenish tint. Every time the ventriloquist delivered a punchline, he would follow it up with this ridiculous line, "That's a monkey joke." For some reason, it was the funniest thing in the world to me. I laughed so hard, I nearly dropped my snack bowl. The jokes kept going, and I kept watching, and somewhere along the way, I took my glasses off. My eyesight wasn't terrible, but without my glasses, everything became softer, fuzzier, almost dreamlike. Eventually, the warmth of the room and the sound of the ventriloquist's voice made my eyelids grow heavy, and before I knew it, I had drifted off to sleep with the TV still on in the background. At some point later, hours maybe, or minutes, I couldn't tell, I woke up freezing. Not a little chilly, but bone cold, like someone had left a door open during winter. I remember pulling my blanket closer and hearing what I thought was the ventriloquist's voice saying monkey joke again. My half-asleep brain assumed the show was still going. I thought about opening my eyes properly and watching, but I was too tired. My body felt heavy, like I was sinking into the mattress. I decided to close my eyes and drift off again. But then, out of the corner of my vision, I saw something. Something was standing in the corner of my room. I didn't move at first. When you're a kid, your brain doesn't immediately jump to danger. At least mine didn't. I just stared. It was small, shorter than me, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall. I couldn't make out any details because my glasses were off, and the room was dark, but I could still see the shape of it. A dark figure standing perfectly still, facing me, watching me. For a few long seconds, my mind couldn't understand what I was looking at. My heart started beating faster. I tried to call out for my parents, but I couldn't speak. My throat locked up completely. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. I wasn't choking, I wasn't whispering, I literally couldn't talk. It felt like fear clamped around my vocal cords and squeezed them shut. People say being so scared you can't speak is exaggeration, or something only happens in movies. But it's real. It's terrifying. Your body stops cooperating as if it's trying to make itself small and invisible. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring back at me while I stared at it. I felt like I was trapped in a moment that would never end. Finally, after what felt like minutes, I slowly reached out toward the nightstand where my glasses were. I didn't want to move too fast in case the thing reacted. My hand was shaking as I fumbled for the glasses. I finally grabbed them, slid them onto my face, and blinked hard. It wasn't a creature. It wasn't a stranger. It was just my life-sized ALF doll. I remember feeling this rush of relief, like a heavy weight lifting off my chest. Alf had always freaked me out a little, even though I liked the show. The doll was big, almost child-sized, and its eyes always seemed a little too shiny in the dark. I must have tossed it there earlier in the day and forgotten about it. My mind had turned a harmless toy into something lurking in the shadows. I let out a shaky breath and felt stupid for being so scared. I laid back down, ready to force myself to sleep again. But before I could relax, I heard something behind me. Not Aelf, not the TV, something else. My bed was positioned directly in front of and slightly to the side of the only window in my room. The window was old, with thin frames and a screen that popped out easily. The angle of my bed made it hard to see fully outside, but if I turned my eyes just right, I could catch a glimpse of the lower half of the glass. I turned my head slightly. Someone was there, not inside, not fully visible, but someone was standing outside my window, staring in at me. Their eyes were the first thing I saw, just the upper part of a face peering over the bottom of the windowsill. Eyes staring right at mine. My entire body went stiff. All the cold I'd felt earlier suddenly made sense. The window wasn't closed. It was wide open, letting icy night air spill into the room. My voice came back to me in a rush of terror. I screamed as loud as I possibly could. I didn't take my eyes off the person at the window for even a second. My heart hammered violently against my ribs. The face squinted slightly, as if adjusting to the brightness inside my room. Then I saw a hand rise up and grip the edge of my windowsill. He was climbing in. The moment felt like it stretched forever. I was frozen, too scared to move, too scared to run. But then I heard footsteps in the hallway, my mom's voice calling my name. The person at the window must have heard her too. They slowly lowered themselves back down, their eyes never leaving mine until the very last second, before their face disappeared below the windowsill. Not a sound, not a rustle, not even footsteps, just gone. My mom burst into the room while I was still shaking. I told her everything, the open window, the cold air, the eyes staring at me, the person trying to climb in. I tried to explain exactly what I saw, but I don't think my parents fully believed me. They thought maybe I had left the window open earlier, or maybe I had a nightmare. Kids imagine things. That's what parents believe. But they didn't ignore me completely. They let me sleep in the living room that night. My dad stayed up playing Nintendo to keep me company while I tried to calm down. His presence made the house feel safe again, at least temporarily. The next day passed quietly. My parents acted like everything was normal, though I caught them glancing toward my room a few times. But later that weekend, my dad went into the backyard to rake leaves, and I heard him shout for my mom. She went outside, and I followed, even though they told me to stay inside. Lying near the back fence was the window screen from my room. It hadn't fallen. It wasn't bent like it had been pushed from the inside. It was tossed there, as if someone had ripped it out and discarded it before opening the window. Seeing it made my stomach twist. All the doubt my parents had tried to plant in my mind vanished. Someone had been there. Someone had gotten close enough to reach inside if they had wanted to, and worse, I realized something else. If my ALF doll hadn't been standing in that corner, if I hadn't reached for my glasses out of fear, if I had just rolled over and gone back to sleep like I almost did, I never would have noticed the open window. I never would have noticed the eyes watching me. I never would have woken up in time to scream. Whoever was there might have climbed inside while I was sleeping. Sometimes, even now as an adult, that thought still sends a cold shiver through me. People always talk about monsters in closets or shadows in corners, but nobody prepares you for the possibility that the real monster might be standing outside your bedroom window in the middle of the night, watching you sleep, waiting for the moment you don't wake up. And the scariest part is that the only reason I survived that night, if surviving is even the right word, was because my stupid ALF doll scared me first. If it hadn't, I would have gone right back to sleep. And I don't know what would have happened after that. I used to work in a shoe store in a pretty average mall, the kind of place where the lights are always just a little too bright and the same songs loop over the speakers all day. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it wasn't terrible either. I got used to the smell of new shoes, the constant sound of squeaking soles on tile, and the steady stream of people trying on sizes and leaving the boxes in the wrong places. After a while, you stop noticing the background noise and just move through the motions. What I didn't get used to so easily was the stockroom. From my very first week there, my coworkers told me there was something off about the back. They didn't use words like haunted at first, not in a serious way. It started more like jokes, the way people laugh off the things that actually make them uncomfortable. They said there was a spirit in the stockroom, not an angry one, not some horror movie demon, just something, a presence. At first, I shrugged it off. Every workplace has its stories. Old buildings creak, fluorescent lights flicker, people get bored and invent ghosts to make the shifts more interesting. But the more I listened to what they had to say, the harder it became to dismiss it completely. One of my coworkers told me about a night when he was up on a ladder, reaching for a box on a high shelf. He said he misjudged his balance and leaned out too far. His foot slipped on the step, and he felt that awful moment where your body realizes you're about to fall, but you haven't hit the ground yet. Only in his case, he never did fall. Instead, he felt something push him back toward the ladder. Not like a hand on his back exactly. He described it more like the sensation of two magnets pushing against each other. That strange, invisible force pressing him away from danger. He grabbed the ladder and steadied himself. When he looked around, nobody else was near him. Another co-worker claimed that the same thing had happened to him, just in a different aisle. He was always pretty calm and rational, not the type to tell ghost stories, but even he admitted that he couldn't explain what he felt. It wasn't a gust of air, it wasn't just his imagination. It was that weird, unmistakable pressure, like something had shoved him or repelled him back to safety. After a while, everyone who worked there just quietly agreed that there was someone in the stockroom. Not a person we could see, but something that seemed to watch over the place in its own way. It didn't feel evil. If anything, the stories made it sound protective. That didn't make it less creepy. Most nights, especially near closing, there would only be two of us left in the store. The mall would start to empty, and the noise from the halls would die down to a dull murmur. We'd lock the doors, turn customers away with apologetic waves, and start the usual closing routine. Cleaning up displays, counting the cash in the drawers, logging the numbers into the binder, and restocking shelves so things looked neat for the next morning. One particular night, it was just me and my coworker Caesar scheduled to close. I remember that night more clearly than most. The mall was already quiet when we locked the doors. Outside the gate, the last few people were drifting past, heading toward the exits. Inside the store, the overhead lights reflected off the rows of polished shoes, making the place look almost too clean, too staged, like a fake storefront in a movie set. I was at the front counter counting out the registers, the coins and bills laid out in careful stacks. The store had a system. We had to count the drawers, fill out the paperwork, and double-check everything in a thick binder that lived in the back. Caesar was in charge of the actual closing tasks in the store, like straightening displays and refilling shelves. He was in and out of the stockroom a lot, moving back and forth with boxes in his arms. At one point, while I was filling out the nightly paperwork, I saw him come out of the stockroom. From where I stood behind the counter, I had a clear view of the middle of the store. I watched him walk out, step over to the metal sock rack we kept near the front, and kneel down in front of the lower tier. That rack always held a mix of socks, no-show ankle, crew, and someone always had to refill the bottom hooks because customers grabbed from there and never put things back properly. I glanced down at the page I was writing on, saw that I needed the binder we kept in the back, and called out, "Caesar, mind grabbing the notebook from the back?" I meant the big binder where we filed the nightly reports and printed out sheets. It was always sitting on a shelf just inside the stockroom door. He didn't answer. That wasn't unusual at first. Sometimes people tuned out when they were focused on something or they had their music in. I waited a second and then called out again, "Caesar?" Still nothing. I frowned a little. It was weird that he didn't at least grunt in response. Thinking he was messing around or maybe just listening to his iPod or something, I raised my voice. "Caesar, notebook, please." This time, a voice answered right away from behind me, from the direction of the stockroom. "Sure, just a sec." I froze for a second, because that didn't line up with what my eyes had seen. I had just watched him walk out of the stockroom and kneel by the sock rack. I could still see the shape of someone kneeling there in my peripheral vision. My brain tried to catch up. I turned slowly, half expecting to see nobody in front of the sock rack after all. But the figure was still there. At almost the same time, I heard footsteps behind me. Caesar walked out of the stockroom, binder tucked in one hand, a shoe in the other, that he'd been relacing for the display wall. He looked completely normal, like he'd been in the back the whole time. I felt a weird kind of vertigo, like reality had slipped sideways for a moment. I pointed toward the sock rack and asked, "Are you done stocking the socks?" He looked confused. "I haven't started on the socks yet," he said. "I'm fixing shoes right now." A cold feeling crept into my stomach. "Really? You haven't started?" I asked. "I thought I just saw you walk out here and refill the tree with socks." I stepped around the counter and headed toward the sock rack, fully expecting to see it freshly organized, maybe neatly restocked. Behind me, Caesar said again, slower this time, "No, I've been in the back the entire time." I glanced back at him. Even from a distance, I could see he looked uneasy. His face had gone a little pale, and his eyes flicked toward the front area of the store, like he was trying to convince himself nobody else was there. The two of us understood something without saying it out loud. I had seen someone. I had watched what I thought was him walk out, kneel down, and start restocking, and that couldn't have been him. I opened my mouth to say, "Really? Because I swore I saw you walk out here and kneel behind." I never finished that sentence. Before I could get the words out, a loud booming sound erupted from the stockroom. It came in bursts, heavy and fast, like something huge slamming into metal or concrete over and over. The sound stretched on long enough to feel like 15 seconds, but later I realized it couldn't have been more than 5. Time does strange things when you're scared. The last sound was the worst. A crashing noise, sharp and metallic, like a large aluminum ladder, tipping over and bouncing off a concrete floor. The echo of it bounced around the store and then cut off abruptly, leaving a terrible, thick silence behind. Caesar and I locked eyes. We both knew for a fact that no one else was in the store. We had checked before closing the doors. The front gate was shut. The mall was almost empty. There was no one in the stockroom, but something had just happened back there. Something big enough to knock over whatever it was. Neither of us moved at first. It was like we were two kids frozen in place, hoping that if we didn't move, nothing worse would happen. Finally, we both knew we had to check it out, whether we wanted to or not. "Did you hear that?" I asked, even though it was a stupid question. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Yeah, I heard it." We walked to the back together, moving slowly. I let Caesar walk half a step in front of me, not brave enough to lead and not wanting to be too far behind either. We turned the corner into the stockroom, our shoulders tensed, expecting to see someone standing there, or something broken, or maybe nothing at all. What we saw instead made my skin crawl. An entire row of shelves, the kind made of metal beams with multiple levels stacked with shoeboxes, had been completely cleared. Not the shelves themselves. They were still standing, perfectly straight, not bent or collapsed, but every single box that had been neatly arranged on those shelves was now on the floor. We're not talking about a few boxes slipping off the edge. We're talking about several hundred shoe boxes, each weighing about 3 pounds, scattered across the floor in a messy, chaotic pile. Boxes had been thrown far enough that they landed in the middle of the aisle and beyond. Lids had popped off some of them. Shoes were half out of their boxes. It was as if something had swept along the shelves with force, knocking everything off but leaving the structure untouched. If you've ever walked down an aisle in a library and seen rows of books, imagine someone sprinting through that aisle with both arms stretched wide, knocking every book off the shelves in one smooth motion. Then imagine them turning around and doing it again from the other side. That's what it looked like. Only this wasn't books. It was box after box of shoes, cleared in a matter of seconds. There was no way this had been a slow, gradual process. It hadn't been some slow shift of weight or a minor tilt in the shelving. You could feel the final crash in the air still, the echo of it vibrating faintly in your chest. Whatever had happened, it had been violent and fast. We checked the shelves carefully. They were solid. Nothing was broken. Nothing had snapped. No part of the structure had collapsed. There was no sign that anything heavy had fallen onto them from above. The damage was all to the boxes, as if something had focused only on them and ignored everything else. We stood there for a long moment in stunned silence, surrounded by the mess. The stockroom felt different now, heavier, fuller, like we weren't just alone with each other, but standing in the middle of someone else's outburst. We searched every inch of that back room. We looked behind stacks of boxes, checked under the shelves, peered behind the ladder, even glanced up at the ceiling like something might be clinging there. Nothing. Just the mess on the floor and the lingering sense that something had just passed through. Eventually, Caesar said what we were both thinking. "Let's just get out of here," he muttered. "We'll deal with this in the morning." I didn't argue. There was no way I was going to stand in that room any longer than I had to. We turned off the lights to the stockroom, closed the door, and finished closing duties as quickly as possible. The whole time I kept glancing toward the back, half expecting to hear another crash or see the door slowly open by itself. The next day, when other people were around, when the mall was alive with customers and chatter and the smell of food from the court, the stockroom didn't seem quite as terrifying. It was still unsettling to see the aftermath of the chaos laid out on the floor. But in daylight, with more people nearby, it felt slightly less like a scene from a nightmare. We picked up the boxes one by one in silence, occasionally exchanging looks, but not really talking about it. What could we say? We both knew what we'd heard. We both knew how fast it had happened. Later, when I told the story to some friends outside of work, one of them mentioned something I hadn't known. A few years before I started working at that store, there had been a shooting in the mall. Not somewhere random, not in some far-off section I'd never walked past, but just a few feet outside the entrance to our store. They weren't totally sure whether anyone had died, but there had definitely been an incident, panic, people running, someone bleeding. I thought about the stories of the invisible push on the ladder, the feeling of being shoved away from danger without a hand touching you. I thought about how I saw Caesar where he wasn't, how something mimicked his presence out on the sales floor. I thought about the row of boxes violently thrown from the shelves in seconds, as if something had snapped. I don't know who or what is in that stockroom. I don't know if it's tied to the shooting or to some other event nobody talks about. I don't know if it's protective, angry, restless, or all of the above. All I know is that on that night, in that store, with only me and Caesar inside and the metal gate locked, something wanted us to know it was there. And after that, every time I walked into the stockroom alone, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else was walking in with me. There are some really big houses hidden deep in the woods in my hometown. They sit far back from the road, surrounded by trees, long driveways, and tall metal gates that separate them from the outside world. These gates are heavy, sharp, and meant to keep people out. During the day, they look impressive, almost elegant, but at night they feel cold and intimidating, especially when there's no one around and no streetlights nearby. One night, one of the homeowners went out drinking with his friends. It wasn't unusual. He stayed out late, had too much to drink, and didn't think much about getting home. When he finally arrived back at his house, tired and drunk, he reached for his keys and realized something terrible. He had forgotten the key to the gate. The house was right there, just beyond the fence, but the gate stood between him and safety. In his state, calling his wife didn't cross his mind right away. Instead, he made a bad decision. He decided to climb the gate. It was tall, with sharp metal spikes at the top, but alcohol gives people false confidence. He grabbed onto the bars and started pulling himself up, probably thinking it would only take a few seconds to get over. That's when everything went wrong. His foot slipped, his body dropped suddenly, and one of the spikes pierced straight through his leg. The pain must have been immediate and unbearable. He was stuck, hanging there, his leg impaled, his body weight pulling down on the metal. He couldn't climb up, and he couldn't let go without causing even more damage. As the shock faded, fear took over. He thought about calling for his wife, screaming for help, but then another terrifying thought hit him. If she woke up and opened the gate from inside the house, the automatic gate would slide sideways. If that happened while his leg was stuck on the spike, it would rip straight through him. That fear kept him silent. He chose pain over the risk of something even worse. So he stayed there, hanging, bleeding, alone. The night stretched on endlessly. The woods were silent except for insects and distant animal sounds. Every minute must have felt like an hour. His muscles would have cramped, his strength fading as the cold and pain settled in. He couldn't sit, he couldn't lie down, he couldn't even properly lean. He was trapped by his own gate just feet away from his home. Morning finally came. When his wife woke up and looked outside, she saw something she never could have imagined. Her husband was still hanging there, exhausted and injured, barely holding on. She immediately called the fire department. My dad was one of the firefighters who responded to the call. When they arrived, they quickly realized there was no easy way to free him. Pulling him off wasn't an option. The spike had gone too far through his leg. In the end, they had to cut the metal spike itself to release him safely. He survived, but the story stayed with everyone who heard it. Just imagine being trapped like that, hanging from your own gate all night, too afraid to call for help, knowing that one wrong move could make everything worse. It's the kind of quiet, helpless fear that doesn't need anything supernatural to be terrifying. If you're still here, it means if these stories feel familiar, there's a reason. Most people have experienced something they don't talk about. If you're still listening, leave a like and subscribe. It helps keep stories like these alive. And if something has ever followed you home, send it in. Let's continue. When I was 18, freshly graduated and stumbling into that strange phase of life where you're half adult, half confused kid, I started dating a girl named Perry. She was one of those girls who didn't quite fit in with the rest of the world. Not in a bad way, just in the way clever, artistic, eccentric girls always seem to. She had a sharp mind and a strange sense of humor, the kind of girl who seemed to live halfway between the real world and some other imaginative place only she had access to. Maybe that's why I liked her so much. At 18, people who don't behave like everyone else feel electric. From the beginning, Perry would tell me stories about ghosts in her house. Not ghost stories like the ones kids tell under blankets at sleepovers. She spoke about them casually, like she was describing neighbors or family friends. "There's an old man who walks around the backyard," she'd say between bites of cereal. "He doesn't bother anyone." Or, "There's a guy who stands at the foot of my bed. He just watches me sleep. He's harmless, though." She said it so calmly that it almost sounded normal. Her friends went along with it too, which must have been the part that made me doubt myself for a moment or two. One night, we had a small party at her place. Music, snacks, cheap alcohol, the usual. Someone set up a big tent in the backyard because they thought it would be fun to sit outside and talk. At one point, one of her friends wandered back to the tent, looking dazed, like she'd just woken from a dream. "I just chatted with the old man ghost by the tree," she said. Another friend didn't even blink. "Oh, how's he doing?" "He's okay. He never makes any sense." Everyone nodded like this was completely normal, and the conversation drifted back to something else. I remember sitting there thinking, what planet did I just land on? But I told myself it was just teenage nonsense, the kind of creepy joke culture groups of close friends sometimes create. Maybe they all enjoyed the idea of their house being haunted. Maybe it made their lives feel more interesting. Whenever I asked to actually see one of these ghosts, they suddenly developed the same excuse. "Oh, you just missed it," or "he was here a second ago," or "bad timing," every time. So I chalked the whole thing up to teenage girl theatrics, quirky but harmless. Something I could tolerate because Perry was fun, smart, and interesting, despite the weirdness. One evening, maybe a month or two into dating her, we were all hanging out in her living room. Blackadder was playing on the TV, Season 3, which she swore was the best. I still remember the faint glow of the screen, the way everyone in the room laughed at the clever dialogue and ridiculous jokes. Perry was curled up against me on the couch, warm and relaxed, her hair falling against my shoulder. A few friends were sitting on the floor with blankets. Someone else was lying, upside down across an armchair, sipping something sugary from a plastic cup. It was one of those cozy, harmless nights where nothing strange is supposed to happen. But then the room grew quiet, completely, unnaturally quiet. It didn't happen slowly the way conversations sometimes die down. It happened all at once. One moment people were laughing and talking. The next moment every voice stopped mid-sentence, like they all felt something shift at the exact same time. The air changed. It tightened, thickened, grew cold. The silence wasn't empty. It felt full, like something heavy had dropped into the room without making a sound. Perry stiffened against me. When I looked down at her, her eyes were wide, wider than I'd ever seen, stretched open with fear. She wasn't blinking. She wasn't breathing properly. She was staring past me, completely locked onto something behind my shoulder. Her body didn't move, but I could feel the panic radiating off her. Right then, I felt that strange instinct humans get before their brain understands what's going on. My stomach dropped sharply like I'd missed a step on a staircase. A wave of cold washed up my neck and across my shoulders. A crawling sensation prickled along my skin. It was the same kind of moment you read about in ghost stories but never believe because it sounds too dramatic. Until it happens to you. I turned my head slowly, almost afraid to look but unable to stop myself. There was something in the corner of the living room. A shape, a dark shape, humanoid but not exactly human. Not detailed enough to have facial features or limbs I could clearly see, but unmistakably the outline of a person. A shadow standing where no shadow should be. It wasn't the shadow of furniture or someone in the room. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was just there, like a solid mass of darkness that had peeled itself away from the wall. It moved slightly, back and forth, almost like it was swaying. Not enough to be obvious, but enough that I couldn't convince myself it was still. I stared at it, struggling to breathe, and felt that strange sensation you get when you stare at an empty sky for too long. The whole room seemed to warp, like space itself bent inward. My vision felt wrong, like the edges of the room were being pulled toward the shadow. I heard myself whisper, "What the?" But before I could finish, before I could decide whether to run or shout or close my eyes, the shape vanished. Instantly, completely. It didn't fade or dissolve. It was just there 1 second and gone the next, like someone cut it out of reality with scissors. As soon as it disappeared, the falling sensation in my stomach stopped. The cold drained out of my neck. I could breathe again. The air felt normal. It was as if someone had flipped a switch and everything returned to the way it had been before. I turned back to Perry, finishing my sentence in a shaking voice. "What the fuck was that?" She didn't look surprised anymore. She didn't even look bothered. Her expression went back to calm, like someone pressing play after pausing a movie. "I told you there was a ghost," she said casually, and she turned back toward the TV as if nothing unusual had happened, as if we hadn't just seen something impossible. The rest of the room slowly resumed its chatter. People laughed, someone made a comment about the show, and life went on. But I barely heard any of it. My thoughts were a mess, and I couldn't shake the cold spot in my chest where fear had settled. I kept glancing at the corner, half expecting the shape to return. It didn't. For years after, I tried to rationalize it. I'm not someone who jumps to supernatural conclusions. I like explanations rooted in logic. Tricks of light, unusual reflections, air pressure changes, collective psychology. I tried to believe it was something like that. Maybe the TV light hit the wall at a weird angle. Maybe the heat from the lamps and the cool air from outside created some visual distortion. Maybe everyone else reacted before I understood what was happening, and my own fear just followed theirs. But none of those theories ever felt satisfying. Not when I remembered the way the entire atmosphere shifted. Not when I remembered the way my body reacted before my brain processed anything. Not when I remembered the way every person in the room stopped talking at the same exact moment. Years passed. Perry and I broke up eventually, the way teenage relationships usually do. We went our separate ways, drifted into our adult lives, and only occasionally liked each other's posts or photos online. But that moment stayed with me, not constantly, but like a strange memory floating in the back of my mind that resurfaces when I'm tired or when I catch a shadow in the corner of my eye. 6 years later, curiosity finally got the better of me. I messaged her on Facebook and asked if she remembered that night. I didn't expect her to say much. Maybe she would laugh it off or say she had no memory of it. But her reply was stranger than anything I imagined. "Well, I do have vague memories of stories of a ghost in the living room. Did he carry a noose around? Either way, either I've become a lot more sensible or he's gone pee." What the hell is that supposed to mean? Did she forget the night completely? Did she remember something different? Was she playing it down because we weren't close anymore? Or did she know more than she wanted to admit? Sometimes I wonder if Perry didn't fully understand what lived in her house, or if she understood too well and only pretended it was all harmless. Maybe she told ghost stories because they helped her cope with something she couldn't control. Maybe we all saw something real that night, something that didn't want to be seen for long. Or maybe the world just bends in ways we can't always explain, and that night was one of those rare moments where the curtain between ordinary life and something darker, stranger, thinner than air slipped open just enough for us to look inside. I still don't know, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Over the past summer, my friends and I made a strange habit of visiting an old covered bridge a few towns over, a place that local legends swore was haunted. I had heard bits and pieces of the story before we ever went there, but never in a way that felt entirely real. People said a girl about 16 years old had hung herself from the bridge more than a century ago, after her lover failed to show up to run away with her. Some versions of the story painted her as heartbroken and gentle, doomed to linger in grief. Others described her as angry, vengeful, capable of scratching, grabbing, or even appearing to people who stayed alone for too long. But every storyteller said the same thing. If you went there late at night and stood quietly, she might show herself. At first, visiting the bridge was nothing more than a summer thrill, the kind of thing bored teenagers and bored college kids do when they want to scare themselves, without actually risking anything. We'd heard of people taking pictures and seeing strange shadows, or feeling sudden drops in temperature, or hearing footsteps when no one else was on the bridge. None of us knew whether we believed any of it, but the excitement came from not knowing. The bridge sat on a narrow back road used mostly by farmers and old locals who didn't want to take the main highway. It was long and wooden, with beams that creaked whenever cars drove through. During the daylight hours, it was picturesque, surrounded by tall trees that swayed gently over the slow-moving brook beneath it. The sunlight filtered through the slats in the roof and cast thin rectangles of brightness across the ground. If you didn't know its story, you'd think it was beautiful, but at night, it became something entirely different. Those same beams that looked charming in the daylight formed long stripes of shifting shadows when illuminated by headlights. The brook that sounded peaceful during the day turned into a low, hollow echo beneath your feet. The forest around the bridge seemed to press closer, trapping you inside a tight corridor of wood and darkness. When you stood on the bridge at midnight, you could feel the history in the air, even if you didn't believe in ghosts. The first night we visited, it was all jokes and laughter. Someone turned on a flashlight and waved it around like we were hunting for ghosts. Another friend dared us to turn off all the lights and stand in the middle of the bridge without speaking. A few people tried to scare each other by tapping the wood or pretending to hear footsteps behind us. Every little sound made someone jump, but nothing truly frightening happened. The scariest thing we saw was the sudden appearance of headlights from an approaching car on the far end of the road, and even that was just a reminder that we weren't as alone as we thought. When we left that night, we felt proud of ourselves for not chickening out. Over the next few weeks, we went back again and again. Some nights, the bridge felt completely empty, and nothing unusual happened. Other nights felt heavy, the air colder than it should have been, but still nothing we could point to as proof. We took dozens of pictures of the beams above us, the view down the road, the forest pressed tightly around the entrance. We hoped that maybe later, when we looked closer, we'd see something we didn't notice at the time. Once we thought we had captured a strange figure near the far end of the bridge, a shape that wasn't one of us and didn't seem like a trick of the light. But after staring at it for too long, the more unsure we became. None of us wanted to admit we might not have seen what we hoped we saw. Still, there was something addictive about going there. Maybe it was the thrill, or maybe it was the idea that something unseen might be watching us. Maybe it was just the excitement of being out late together with nothing but darkness around us. Whatever it was, it kept pulling us back. The last night we went, the night that changed everything, started like all the others. There were 4 or 5 of us piled into 2 cars with snacks and hoodies, and that nervous energy that comes when you're not sure why you're doing something, but you know you're going to do it anyway. We drove down the long road that led toward the bridge, the trees forming what looked like a tunnel of tangled branches overhead. As always, there were no streetlights, only the faint glow of the moon behind the scattered clouds. The night felt still, but I didn't think much of it. When we arrived, one of our friends parked his car just past the bridge, aiming his headlights toward us to give us enough light to see. Without that single light source, we would have barely been able to tell where the road ended and the forest began. The beams cut across the wooden boards, making them look pale and worn. Every time one of us stepped forward, the floor creaked, the sound echoing down the entire length of the bridge, like a warning. For some reason, I found myself walking toward the center of the bridge with one of my friends, the only girl among the group that night. The others stayed nearer to the car, talking, laughing, kicking stones or leaning against the guardrail. But she and I drifted forward, drawn toward the silence more than the company. We stood there quietly, not speaking, listening to the brook underneath us. It made a soft, constant rushing sound, like something breathing slowly in the dark. The air coming up from the water was cold, cooler than the summer night should have been. We didn't hear any insects, no crickets, no rustling leaves. It felt as though the entire world had paused. For a few minutes, neither of us spoke. Then we both felt it, a chill, subtle at first, then stronger. It slipped across the back of my arms and crawled down my spine. I gasped slightly, not from cold, but because the temperature had changed too suddenly to feel natural. At the exact same moment, she said, "Do you feel that?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. We stood completely still. For a long second, I thought maybe the cold was only our minds playing tricks on us. But then she froze, stiffening under the faint glow of the headlights. "Something scratched me," she whispered. She reached up and touched the back of her neck, wincing slightly. I turned quickly, shining my phone light behind her, expecting to see a moth or spider or something that could explain it, anything normal. But there was nothing. No insect, no bit of branch, not even dust on her skin. The air behind her felt motionless. Before I could even think of what to say, something at the far end of the bridge caught my eye. At first, it didn't look like anything unusual, just a shape near the bushes, something half hidden in the shadows. But as my eyes adjusted, the shape became clearer, more defined. My heart stopped. A girl stood there at the opposite end of the bridge. Not a figure made of shadows or mist. A girl, a human form standing still as stone. Her hair was long and dark, hanging over her shoulders. Her dress was white, not bright white, more like the faded fabric of something old, something worn, something that had been touched by 100 humid nights. She wasn't one of us. The only girl in our group was standing right beside me. Everyone else was near the car. Nobody had walked past us. Nobody could have gotten behind us without us hearing. Every part of my mind tried to find a normal explanation, but none existed. She didn't move. She didn't wave. She didn't tilt her head or shift her weight. She stood perfectly still, watching us. I felt the cold settle deeper into my body, heavy and unforgiving. My chest tightened. I said my friend's name softly, unable to look away. When she turned her head toward where I was staring, I told her, "There's someone down there." She looked, squinted, then frowned in confusion. "I don't see anything." My heart hammered so loudly in my ears that I barely heard her. I turned back, expecting, hoping to see the girl again, even if it meant she would still be standing there. But she was gone. In her place were only bushes, their leaves shifting slightly in the breeze. The light from the car headlights hit them differently now, making them look small and harmless. My friend asked me what I saw, and I couldn't form a proper answer. I kept trying to convince myself that the angle of the light had changed, or that the movement of leaves had played a trick on my vision. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, the truth sat uncomfortably inside me. I had seen her. Every part of me knew what I saw. The pale dress, the long hair, the stillness, the way the air changed, the sudden scratch on my friend's neck, the cold that came before she appeared. We left not long after that. I didn't say much on the way home. None of us did. The rest of the night felt distant and unreal, like we were moving through the motions without really being there. I haven't been back since that night. Part of me wants to pretend it was nothing. A trick of light, a moment of paranoia, the kind of thing your brain invents when you expect to be scared. But the memory refuses to fade. Even now, typing this, My hands feel shaky, and a tight knot settles in my stomach. I keep telling myself I'll go back soon, just to prove I imagined it. But the thought of standing on that bridge again in the dark, listening to the water below and waiting for something I can't explain to show itself, makes my chest feel tight and cold. I'm already scared and I haven't even gone yet. When I was younger, I worked as a mechanic at a bowling alley. It was not a fancy job, but it was fun and strange in its own way. The bowling alley was old, the kind of place that still smelled like shoe spray, hot dogs, oil, and old carpet that had been cleaned too many times. I worked in the back area where all the machines were. Most people never saw the machines because they only looked at the lanes and pins from the customer side. But behind the lanes was a long hallway of metal, noise, and moving parts. Back there, it felt like a completely different world. My job was to fix the pin setters, which are these huge machines that pick up the pins, reset them, and return the bowling ball to the player. Each pin setter was tall, maybe 8 feet high, with ladders and flat walkways built on top of them so we could climb and repair whatever was broken. The back area always felt dark and cramped, with long shadows stretching between the machines. Even with the lights on, it always felt like the corners were hiding something. When the bowling alley was open, me and the other mechanics spent a lot of time waiting. We had to be ready in case a pin setter jammed, but most of the time, people bowled without any problems. So we would sit in the back watching movies or playing video games on a small TV someone had brought in. You could hear the steady sound of bowling balls rolling, pins crashing, and people laughing. It became a background noise we didn't pay attention to after a while, but sometimes things happened in that back area that none of us could explain. The first thing we all noticed was the black figure. When you stood behind the lanes, you could see the whole row of machines and the catwalk on top of them. The catwalk was just a long metal platform that connected all the machines together. It was used for fixing things quickly without climbing down each time. More than once, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something walking along the top of the catwalk. At first, I thought it was one of the other mechanics, but when I turned my head fully to look, no one was there. It was always a dark shape, almost like a shadow of a person. It moved fast and smooth, like someone pacing back and forth. I was not the only one who saw it. The other mechanics saw it too. In fact, almost everyone who worked back there saw it at some point. We tried to tell ourselves that it was just our eyes playing tricks on us. The lights in the back flickered sometimes, and shadows shifted whenever someone bowled. We told ourselves that the noise and low light made us imagine things. But deep down, none of us really believed that. When you see the same thing again and again, and multiple people see it too, you start to wonder. Still, the shadow was not the scariest thing I experienced there. One night, near closing time, I was working alone. The bowling alley had already shut down for the night. All the customers were gone, the lights were off in the front, and everything was quiet. The machines were off, and the building felt empty. When you are alone in a place that is usually full of people, you feel a strange pressure in the air, like the whole building is holding its breath. I did not have a key to the building. Only the day manager had one. At night, I would lock the door behind me and leave, and the morning manager would come in to open up. So once everything was shut down, I grabbed my things and walked toward the exit. I locked the door behind me and stepped out into the parking lot. The night air felt cool and calm. I walked toward my car, ready to go home and relax. Then, just as I reached my car door, I heard something that made my whole body freeze. I heard bowling. I didn't hear something small or soft. I heard a bowling ball rolling down a lane. I heard it hit the pins. I heard the crash of pins falling over. It was loud, clear, and real. I turned around and stared at the building in shock. The doors to the bowling alley were glass, so you could see straight through to the lanes. The lights inside were off, except for the emergency lights. I could see every lane. I could see the entire space. No one was inside. But the sound of bowling continued. At first I thought maybe someone forgot to leave. Maybe someone had come back in. Maybe the manager was still inside. But that was impossible because I had locked the door behind me, and no one else had a key to get in. I stood there like a statue for 2 full minutes. My mind kept trying to make sense of the noise. I stared through the glass doors, watching the lanes, waiting to see someone walk by or something move. There was nothing, just the sound of a ball hitting the wood, rolling down the lane and knocking over pins, over and over. My heartbeat started pounding so hard that I felt it in my throat. A cold feeling spread through my chest. I knew I needed to leave. Every instinct in my body told me to run, so I did. I got into my car as fast as I could and drove away, hands shaking on the steering wheel. The next morning, after barely sleeping, I called the mechanic who worked the day shift. I asked him calmly, trying not to sound crazy, whether any of the pin setters were running when he arrived. He said no, everything was off. Nothing had been turned on, nothing was moving. So I told him what I heard the night before. I expected him to laugh or tell me I was imagining things. Instead, he said something that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "Oh yeah," he said casually, "that's happened to me a few times. It's the damnedest thing, isn't it?" He said it like it was no big deal, like it was normal, like the sound of empty lanes bowling themselves in the middle of the night was something he had learned to ignore. I didn't know what to say, so I just hung up the phone. After that night, I never heard the bowling sounds again. But the feeling of being watched never left me. Whenever I walked through the back area, especially when I was alone, I could feel eyes on me. It was not a sharp feeling, not like someone staring from behind a door. It was more like a slow pressure on the back of my neck, like something standing far away but still aware of me. Sometimes it felt like the air itself was paying attention. The strange part was that nothing else dramatic ever happened. No objects moved by themselves. No voices whispered my name. No machines turned on without reason. But that steady, heavy feeling of being watched was constant. It made even normal nights feel uncomfortable. I learned to act like nothing bothered me, but inside I was always alert, waiting for something to happen. Working at that bowling alley was creepy, but it wasn't all bad. I met good friends there, and the relaxed parts of the job were fun. I miss the silly things like playing video games in the back or laughing with co-workers during slow hours. But even with all the good parts, I can still feel that strange heaviness in the air when I think about that place. I can still see the black figure moving on the catwalk out of the corner of my eye. I can still hear the sound of bowling in an empty building. Some jobs stay with you because of the people you worked with. Some stay with you because of what you learned. And some stay with you because the building itself feels alive in a way that you cannot explain. A way that makes you think twice about turning off the lights and walking away. Even now, years later, I still wonder what really happened in that bowling alley. I still wonder what we all saw walking across the catwalk and what made the lanes come alive in the dark. And sometimes late at night, when I hear a distant thump or a rolling sound, my mind goes back to that quiet parking lot and that impossible noise echoing from inside the building. I was living with a couple who had just become new parents. They had a tiny baby, only 1 or 2 months old at the time, and all 3 of us lived on the 2nd floor of the house. Each of us had our own bedroom, and even though the place wasn't very big, it felt cozy. At night, everything usually stayed quiet, except for the baby crying from time to time, but even that became normal after a while. We were all tired people sharing the same space, and most nights passed without anything strange. One night, though, something happened that I still remember clearly because of how sudden and terrifying it sounded. I think it was around 2 or 3 in the morning. I had been asleep for a long time already, in the deep part of my sleep where my body felt heavy and warm, and the room around me felt so still. The whole house was dark, the kind of dark where you can't even see your own hand unless your eyes adjust. Then, out of nowhere, I heard my roommate scream. At first I thought it was part of a dream. The sound didn't make sense. It was loud, sharp, and full of fear. But within a second I realized it wasn't a dream. It was real. He was screaming from the top of his lungs like something horrible was happening right in front of him. It was not a normal scream. It wasn't someone shouting because they were surprised or frustrated. It was a scream filled with pure terror, the kind that makes your heart stop for a moment and makes your brain freeze because you don't know if you should run or hide. He screamed like that for a good 30 seconds straight, and each second felt longer than the last. After about 5 or 10 seconds, I heard his wife start screaming too, and then the baby, the tiny newborn, began crying loudly. All 3 voices mixed together into this horrible sound that filled the whole house. It was so sudden and so intense that I jumped up from my bed without even thinking. I didn't grab a shirt, I didn't grab pants, I didn't grab anything. I was just in my boxers, standing there in the dark of my room, trying to make sense of what I had just heard. My heart was racing. I ran into the hallway, the floor cold under my feet. The hall light was off, so everything was lit, only by the faint glow from the streetlights outside, shining through the blinds. I walked toward their bedroom door, slowly trying to decide what I should do. I didn't know if something dangerous was happening. I didn't know if someone had broken in, or if they needed help, or if I would walk in on something terrible. I stood outside their door, listening. The screaming had stopped completely. That was the strange part. It didn't fade out or turn into crying. It just stopped all at once, like someone flipped a switch and turned off all the sound in the house. For a moment, the silence felt even worse than the screaming. I stood there, shaking a little, trying to figure out what to say. I didn't want to walk in on them without knocking, but I also didn't want to knock too loud in case something serious was happening. So I managed to whisper a weak little sentence, my voice barely working. "Shit, guys, are you okay in there?" For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then I heard movement, fumbling noises like someone trying to sit up or grab something in the dark. I heard a soft curse, the kind someone says when they're confused and scared at the same time. Then my roommate finally answered. "It was just a bad dream," he said. His voice was tired and shaky. "Go back to bed." I remember standing there for a few more seconds, trying to decide if he was telling the truth or if something else was wrong. But after hearing more quiet movement and after the baby slowly calmed down, I believed him enough to return to my room. I lay back in my bed, but it took a long time to fall asleep because my body kept replaying those screams in my mind. I had never heard anything like that from a grown man before. It didn't sound like someone having a small nightmare. It sounded like someone who believed they were living through something real and terrible. The next day, things were quiet in the house. Everyone was tired. They looked pale, like they barely slept. I didn't want to bring it up right away, but eventually I asked what happened. I wasn't expecting much, maybe just a quick explanation. But what he told me made the whole situation make more sense, and also made it even scarier. He said he had one of those dreams that felt too real, not just a normal nightmare, a dream where you feel awake, where you feel like you actually got out of bed and walked around. In his dream, he said he woke up because he was thirsty. He went downstairs to get a glass of water. Everything in the dream looked exactly like the real house. The hallway, the kitchen, the dim lights, all of it. Then he walked back to the bedroom. When he looked over at the crib, he saw his baby lying there with no movement, no sound, no breathing. In the dream, The baby was dead. He said that the moment he saw it, he felt something break inside him. He said he grabbed the baby in his dream and screamed because his brain believed it completely. He felt every bit of the fear, the sadness, the shock. He screamed from the deepest part of himself, and that scream came out in real life too. His wife woke up from hearing him scream, saw him in that state, and started screaming too. The baby, confused and frightened by the chaos, started crying loudly. It all happened so fast that he didn't even realize he was dreaming until after the screaming stopped and he saw the baby was alive and perfectly fine. He said he sat there shaking for a long time after waking up. His wife held the baby close and cried quietly. Neither of them could fall asleep again for the rest of the night. For the next couple of weeks, they both looked exhausted. They jumped at small noises. They checked on the baby constantly. Every time the baby made even the smallest sound, they both rushed over to him. It was like the dream stuck to them. Even though they knew it wasn't real, the fear of losing their child had sunk deep into their minds. They couldn't shake it off easily. The baby, thankfully, was healthy and fine. Nothing was wrong with him. But the memory of that night stayed with all of us. I still remember how their screams sounded. There was something raw in them, something I had never heard from adults before. It was a kind of fear that only comes from thinking you've lost something you love more than anything else in the world. Living with them after that felt different for a little while. There was no tension between us, but the house felt heavier, like everyone was being gentler with each other than before. The nights felt a little quieter. Everyone slept with their doors cracked open. They kept a small nightlight glowing in their room for comfort. Even I found myself waking up sometimes in the middle of the night, listening for anything unusual just in case. After a few weeks, things slowly went back to normal. The couple smiled more, the baby laughed more, and the house felt warm again. But I never forgot that night, the way terror can enter a room without warning, the way a dream can feel more real than reality. And I never forgot how fragile people become when their deepest fears try to trick them into believing something terrible has happened. Even now, years later, I sometimes think about how real dreams can feel, especially the ones that hit the deepest fears we don't talk about during the day. I think about how he screamed, how she screamed, and how I stood outside their door, not knowing what I might find if I opened it. It reminds me that sometimes the scariest experiences are not ghosts or shadows or strange noises in the night. Sometimes the scariest thing is our own mind, the way it can convince us, even for a moment, that we have lost something we love. And sometimes that brief moment is enough to haunt you long after the dream is gone. I was hanging out at my friend's house like I had done 100 times before. He lived right behind a church, and part of his backyard touched the back of the church's parking lot. It wasn't an exciting backyard, just some grass, a few trees, and a nice fire ring where we usually sat at night talking about life, school, girlfriends, and all the random things people talk about when they're young, and the night feels endless. The church parking lot behind his house was simple too. There was a small shed in one corner and a big dumpster under a tall light pole. During the day, it was just a normal church parking lot, but at night it felt empty and strange, especially after the lights turned off. The woods behind the church were thick, dark, and silent, and when the wind blew, the trees made a soft, whispering sound. I used to think nothing of it, but on certain nights that backyard could feel a little creepy if you let your imagination run wild. That night, we were sitting by the fire. It was nearly 2 in the morning and the fire had burned down low. The flames were small, mostly glowing red coals with just a little flicker here and there. The air smelled like smoke and grass. Everything was quiet, no cars, no people, no sounds except the soft popping of the dying fire and the distant chirping of a few crickets that hadn't gone silent yet. We were getting ready to go inside when something caught our attention. It wasn't a loud sound or anything dramatic. It was just a bit of movement at the edge of our vision, the kind of thing you notice without fully understanding what you're seeing at first. Both of us turned our heads at almost the exact same time. There was a girl walking along the side of the church, slowly moving toward the parking lot. She looked like a teenager, maybe 16 or 17 years old. Her head was tilted downward and her long hair fell forward, covering most of her face. The lights in the parking lot had turned off hours earlier, but there was a faint glow from a distant street lamp, and the tiny bit of light from our fire reached her, just enough that we could see her shape. She had a plastic shopping bag in one hand. The other hand hung loosely at her side. My friend and I stopped talking instantly. Her being there was strange. The town we lived in shut down early. Almost everyone was home by 11 p.m. on any night, even weekends. People didn't just wander around behind churches at 2 in the morning. But she wasn't running, wasn't crying, wasn't acting drunk or lost. She walked like she had a purpose, even if it was a slow and quiet one. We watched her carefully, not wanting to move or call out. Something about her made us feel like speaking would be wrong. It wasn't that she looked dangerous, it was just odd. Her movements were too calm for the time and place. Her head stayed down, her hair covering her face completely. She didn't seem to notice us at all, even though we were sitting by a fire maybe 40 or 50 feet away from her in plain sight. We kept waiting for her to look up, to react, to maybe see us and wave or smile or ask for help. But she didn't look anywhere except at the ground in front of her feet. We watched as she walked straight to the dumpster. She didn't pause or look around. She just moved behind it, the plastic bag still in her hand. As soon as she disappeared behind the metal box, we both leaned forward a little, trying to listen for any sound. There was nothing. No footsteps, no rustling, no bag being opened or tossed. Just complete silence. We waited. A minute passed, then another. The fire crackled softly and the smell of burning wood drifted between us. The longer she stayed behind the dumpster, the stranger the whole thing felt. If she was throwing something away, it would have taken only a few seconds. But she stayed there for 5 minutes, then 10. My friend whispered, "What the hell is she doing back there?" I didn't have an answer. My mind started going through every possible explanation, but nothing made sense. She wasn't looking for something. She never bent down or moved around. She didn't seem to be hiding anything. She didn't seem scared. She didn't seem rushed. She didn't even seem aware of the world around her. Finally, almost exactly 10 minutes after she walked behind the dumpster, she came back out. No rush, no panic, no hesitation, just the same slow, calm walk. But now the plastic bag was gone. She didn't have anything in her hands anymore. She walked past the dumpster, back across the parking lot, and toward the road. She never looked at us, not even once. Her long hair still covered her face, and her head stayed down. We watched her quietly until she disappeared from view. As soon as she was gone, the air around us felt different. Heavier somehow, like a pressure had been lifted, but something still didn't feel right. My friend looked at me and I looked at him, both of us waiting for the other to explain what we had just seen. We didn't have words yet, so we laughed awkwardly and made a few dark jokes about what she might have been doing back there. Something about a baby. Something about the kind of stories kids tell to scare each other. But our jokes didn't feel like jokes. They made us more uneasy, not less. The truth was simple. Whatever she was doing behind that dumpster for 10 minutes at 2 o'clock in the morning did not feel normal. And the fact that she never looked at us, even though we were sitting right there with a fire glowing, made everything worse. We debated going behind the dumpster to check, but it was too dark, too quiet, and honestly, too creepy. Neither of us wanted to walk across that parking lot after what we had just seen, so we went inside instead, and the whole time we kept looking. over our shoulders toward the back door, half expecting to see her standing outside the window. I didn't walk home that night. I usually walked home because I lived only a few streets away. But after seeing that girl, there was no way I was walking through that dark church parking lot alone. I slept on my friend's couch, and even inside the house, I felt uneasy. The next day, when the sun was bright and everything felt normal again, we decided to go behind the dumpster to see if there was anything there. Maybe trash on the ground, maybe a bag, maybe something that would explain what she had been doing. We walked over cautiously in the daylight, our fear replaced by curiosity. There was nothing there. No bag, no trash, no object, no sign that anyone had been standing there at all. The ground looked exactly the same as it always did. Just dirt, a few leaves, and a stray cup someone had dropped weeks earlier. We stood there for a few minutes looking around, but the more we looked, the more confusing the whole thing felt. If she had thrown away the bag, it should have been inside the dumpster or somewhere nearby. But there was absolutely nothing. We still talk about that night, even now. Every once in a while, we bring it up and ask the same question. What was she doing back there for 10 minutes? And why didn't she ever look at us? I still will not walk through that parking lot at night. Even if I'm just passing by or heading somewhere close, I take the long way around. I avoid the church at night completely. Something about that girl, the way she moved, the way she never looked up, the way the darkness seemed to follow her, stays in my memory like a shadow I can't shake. I don't know who she was. I don't know what was in that bag. I don't know why she was there at that hour. But the feeling I had that night, the cold confusion in my chest, the way the world suddenly felt wrong for a few minutes, I won't forget that. And I still wonder, every time I think about it, what did we really see that night? And what was she doing behind that dumpster in the dark? Sorry to interrupt. When I was a kid, I honestly believed the house I grew up in was haunted. Not just spooky or old, but really, truly haunted in a way that stayed with me for years. My childhood mind did not understand how sound worked, or how houses settle, or how temperature changes make wood move. All I understood was that strange things happened in that house. Things that made my imagination fill the empty spaces with shadows and monsters. And looking back now, even as an adult, I still remember that house with a strange mix of fear and curiosity. One of the biggest reasons I thought the house was haunted was because of the old door that led from the main hallway into the garage. That door was strange. It had a very old spring-loaded hinge, older than anything else in the house. When the door moved even a little, the hinge made a long, slow creaking sound, almost like a sigh. The sound stretched out in a way that made it feel alive. The door almost never stayed fully closed. Its natural position was to sit partly open, about 3 inches, as if the garage was gently pulling it inward. The house itself was not modern or fancy. It made noises all the time. At night, the floorboards creaked, sometimes softly, sometimes loudly, even when everyone was asleep. Pipes clunked inside the walls. The wind sometimes made the windows shake just a little. But the door to the garage, that was the thing that scared me the most. Even during the day, I could hear it slowly creaking open a little more, then settling back again, then moving again. It was like the garage was breathing in slow, tired breaths. In, creak, out, creak, over and over. When I was alone upstairs in my room, the sounds always got to me. My room was at the far end of the hall, and the door to the garage was down the stairs, but somehow the sound still reached me. It echoed faintly through the house. Sometimes I would be reading or drawing or playing with toys and suddenly freeze because I felt like I wasn't alone. I would feel a tiny pressure on the back of my neck, the feeling that someone was staring at me, not just watching but waiting. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I sometimes saw something. Just a hint, just a shape, never clear. It looked like a head with long moving shapes around it, like snakes instead of hair. The closest thing my child brain could compare it to was Medusa from the stories my parents used to tell me. The snakes didn't move much, but the shape felt alive, like it was floating there, half hidden, watching. Whenever I saw it, I froze immediately. I never turned my head toward it. I never tried to look at it directly. I was terrified that if I looked at it straight on, I would see something real, something that would never leave my mind again. So I always pretended I hadn't seen anything. I would keep my eyes down on my toys or books or hands, pretending everything was normal, even though my heart was beating so hard it felt like it might break my rib cage. The house also made other sounds that scared me. Sometimes I heard a loud step on the floorboards, like someone put their full weight on that one spot. It wasn't a soft noise. It was sharp and clear, the kind of sound that only happens when someone steps on a weak board that bends under their foot. Except no one else was there. Everyone else was asleep or downstairs. Sometimes I even checked the hallway to see if someone had walked past my room, but there was never anyone there. One day, something happened that made every fear in my mind explode at once. I was in my room reading a book when I heard a sudden clunk. Not a soft one, a heavy one. It sounded like something dropped or something hit the floor. My heart immediately jumped. I sat frozen on my bed, staring at the doorway, waiting to hear another sound. I could feel my pulse in my ears. My room felt smaller, like the walls were pushing in on me. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just sat there and listened. When nothing happened after a few seconds, I jumped up and ran out of the room. My legs moved without waiting for my brain. I just needed to get away from that corner where the Medusa head liked to appear. I dashed down the stairs, almost tripping, and ran into the room downstairs where my aquarium was. I kept different tropical fish in it, colorful little things that swam around slowly under the warm lights. That room felt safe to me because I had never seen anything strange there. The ghost, if it was a ghost, only seemed to appear when I was upstairs. I stood in front of the aquarium watching the fish drift around. The soft bubbles rising inside the tank made a peaceful sound. The glow from the tank lit up the room just enough that I didn't feel trapped in the dark. I tried to convince myself that whatever I heard was something normal. Houses make noise, people hear things. Maybe something had fallen in the garage. But then I remembered that the garage door was right next to this room. The thin wall between us didn't feel comforting. Instead, I felt even less safe. I could hear the creaking sound again, very slow, the same breathing pattern I hated so much. In, creak, out, creak. I stared at the aquarium, hoping the sounds would fade, but the creaking grew louder in my ears, like the garage was trying to pull my attention toward it. Then a cold feeling started crawling up my spine. It didn't start at the bottom, it started in the middle of my back and spread upward and outward, like icy fingers trying to grip my shoulders. I stopped breathing for a moment. My whole body stiffened. I didn't want to turn around. Something deep inside me kept saying, "Don't turn around, don't look, don't move." But I couldn't ignore the sensation that something was behind me. The room was quiet, except for the bubbling sound of the fish tank and the soft creak from the garage door. My chest felt tight. My breathing turned shallow. I kept staring at the little fish drifting through the water, swimming peacefully in their tiny world, while I stood frozen in mine. I don't know how long I stood there like that, maybe 10 seconds, maybe a full minute. It felt much longer. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. This time, it wasn't the Medusa head. This wasn't a floating shape or something blurry. This was a very real shadow, a shadow shaped like a person. It didn't move quickly, it didn't flicker, it just hovered there, solid and dark, right behind me. I didn't turn to look at it straight away. I couldn't. My body was too scared to move. My mind kept telling me it was real this time. Not a trick of light, not a dream, not my imagination. I could feel it behind me, not just see the shape, but feel the presence of something standing at my back, just inches away from the glass door that led outside. My breath became shaky, my hands trembled. I knew that if I turned around, something terrible might happen. My imagination filled in the details before my eyes did. I thought of monsters. I thought of ghosts. I imagined a face with hollow eyes staring at me. My heart started pounding so hard I felt dizzy. Then the shadow moved, not by gliding or floating. It moved in a way that unmistakably belonged to something real. And then, out of nowhere, there was a loud knock on the glass door. It wasn't a gentle knock. It wasn't polite. It was a strong, firm, "I am right here" kind of knock. It echoed through the whole room. I felt the fear spike inside me so sharply that my knees almost gave out. I turned around slowly, terrified of what I would see. And instead of a ghost or a monster or a dark shadow waiting to grab me, it was the gardener. He stood outside the glass door, holding his gloves in one hand. He looked tired and a little annoyed. He knocked again lightly, probably wondering why I hadn't opened the door the first time. He needed someone to unlock the gate to the backyard so he could put some tools away. For a full second, I just stared at him, unable to speak. My heart was still racing so fast that I could barely find my voice. I finally managed to open the door for him, but my hands were still shaking when I reached for the handle. The moment he walked away, everything clicked in my mind. The shadowy figure I had seen was his reflection in the glass. The presence I felt was just my own fear building up until it convinced me something supernatural was happening. The knock that nearly killed me from shock was just him trying to do his job. Even now, I laugh at myself a little when I remember that moment. But when I think about how scared I was as a kid, and how strange the house felt, and how many times I thought something was behind me, I understand why my mind believed it. Sometimes our fears grow bigger in the dark, and the shadows in the corner of our eyes start to feel alive. Sometimes a creaking door becomes a breathing ghost. Sometimes the house we grow up in holds more imagination than truth. And sometimes the scariest moment of your life ends with nothing more than the gardener knocking on a door. When I was younger, our scout troop used to go every summer to a camp near Lake Clendening in Ohio. It was a quiet place surrounded by thick woods, hills, and long dirt trails. The lake was calm, the kind of water that barely moves unless something touches it. The air always smelled like pine trees, smoke from campfires and wet leaves. Every time we went there, I felt like we were stepping into a place that existed outside normal life. The days were full of activities, but the nights were filled with stories. The kind that made you pull your sleeping bag up higher, even on warm evenings. Near the camp, a short hike away, were the remains of an old farm that had belonged to the Clendening family many decades before. You could still see the outline of the stone foundation where the farmhouse once stood, covered in moss now, green and soft like old velvet. We would step around the broken stones, imagining where the walls used to be. The house itself was long gone, burned down over a century ago, but the barn still stood. Its wooden walls leaned a little, but the roof was somehow still intact, as if time had forgotten to finish its work on that single building. If you stood in the barn doorway at dusk, you could see long beams of light coming through cracks in the boards, dust floating in the air like tiny ghosts. The smell was a mix of old wood, dry hay, and earth that had not been disturbed in years. Every scout who visited the camp learned the legend of the Clendening farm. The story went back to the time of the Civil War, when a group of Southern soldiers known as Morgan's Raiders invaded eastern Ohio. They were known for destroying towns and farms, taking supplies, and killing anyone who resisted. When the raiders came close to the Clendening farm, the father and his son decided to go outside to try to protect their family. Some versions of the story said they tried to reason with the raiders. Others said they tried to bribe them. Either way, they hoped they could keep their home and their loved ones safe. Meanwhile, the mother feared the worst. She told her young daughter that everything would be all right, but she must have known deep down that terrible things were coming. She took her daughter to a closet inside the house, put a lantern in her hands so she would not be afraid of the dark, kissed her, and shut the door. The idea was to protect the girl from seeing anything horrible, even if she could not protect her from hearing it. The worst came. The father and son were killed by the raiders. The mother was assaulted and murdered. The house was burned to the ground with the daughter still locked inside the closet, lantern in hand. She never saw what happened to her family. She only knew that she was alone, scared, and surrounded by fire. According to the legend, the girl still walks the grounds around the old Clendening house. She appears at night, her lantern glowing red, stained with her mother's blood, people said, as she searches for her lost mother, father, and brother. Her voice is soft, full of sadness, calling out for the family she never saw again. Every scout heard the story, and every scout believed it a little too much, no matter how old or tough they pretended to be. At the camp, there was always a big scavenger hunt that took place once a week. It involved searching the entire camp and nearby areas for different items. One item that always showed up on the list was a slate tile from the barn at the Clendening house. That meant someone always had to hike through the forest, past the quiet lake and into the dark field where the barn stood. The only time to do it was at night, when there were no planned activities. The older scouts loved this because it gave them a perfect chance to scare the younger ones. It became a tradition, a rite of passage. You went for the tile, and you were almost guaranteed to get the scare of your life. During my last year at the camp, we decided to pull the biggest scare yet. A group of us, all older scouts, secretly rigged a red lantern onto two thin wires stretched between trees. The wires were arranged so that we could pull them from far away, making the lantern swing slowly back and forth like someone walking with it. From a distance, it would look like a floating red light moving through the trees, but if one of the younger scouts tried to run toward it, they would find nobody there. The lantern would move on its own, untouched. We spent hours setting up the wires, tying them to old branches, making sure the lantern didn't make noise when it moved. We tested it again and again, and each time it looked creepier than before. When the night of the scavenger hunt came, we were ready. As expected, the younger scouts went out in groups to find the barn tile. The moment they came within sight of the ruins, we pulled the wires gently. The red lantern started rocking slowly, then swinging a little more, as if someone was walking with it through the trees. The reaction was perfect. We heard the young scouts scream from the field. Some screamed high and loud, others tried to pretend they weren't scared, but failed miserably. They ran all the way back to camp, tripping over roots and branches in the dark. Some didn't stop running until they were near the main fire pit. They talked over each other, trying to explain what they saw, their voices shaking. We older scouts looked at each other and grinned. It was the greatest prank we had ever pulled. We felt proud and mischievous, and full of that wild energy you only feel when you scare someone without hurting them. Once we made sure everyone was accounted for and safely back at camp, we went back to the ruins to take down our setup. The lantern wires were hidden so well that it took some time to untangle them. We packed everything up and started walking back along the trail toward camp. It was a calm night. The trees were tall and still, and the moon lit up the path in soft silver light. The air felt cool, brushing against our skin. We were laughing quietly, feeling good about the prank, when something made me turn around. I don't know why I looked back. Maybe I heard something. Maybe I felt something change in the air. Or maybe it was just instinct. But when I looked over my shoulder, I saw a red light moving slowly through the trees. For a moment, I thought maybe one of us had dropped a lantern or left something behind. But I looked down at my hands. My lantern was right there. I looked at my friends. They all had their lanterns too, and we had packed up the prank lantern. It wasn't this one. The red light was far away, but bright enough that we could see it clearly. It wasn't swinging wildly. It wasn't bouncing. It was moving with a strange, slow rhythm, almost like someone walking and holding it by their side. A cold breeze touched the back of my neck, and I immediately felt goosebumps rise along my arms. Something didn't feel right. Something felt wrong in a heavy, slow way, like the air was pressing down on us. I told the others to look. One of them turned around, saw the red light, and whispered, "Holy shit." We all stood there frozen for a moment, squinting through the trees, trying to see if there was a person behind it. There was no shape, no figure, just the red light moving closer, one slow step at a time. Then we heard it, a whisper coming from the direction of the light, soft and fragile. A single word carried by the wind. Mother? It didn't sound like a joke. It didn't sound like a person trying to scare us. It sounded sad, lost, confused, like someone searching for someone they would never find. That was all it took. We ran. None of us talked. None of us slowed down. None of us even looked back. We ran until our legs felt shaky and our lungs burned. We ran until we reached the camp, burst through the trees, and collapsed near the fire pit. We threw more wood on the fire and kept the flames high the entire night. Some of us stayed awake until the sun came up. Nobody wanted to close their eyes. The story, the real story, not the prank, became something we didn't laugh about. And that night was the last time I ever walked out to the Clendening House ruins. Even now, years later, whenever I think about that glowing red light drifting through the trees and that soft whisper reaching out to us, a cold shiver runs across my skin. We went out there to scare others, but the land, and whatever still walks it, reminded us that some stories stay alive long after the people in them are gone. Last month, something strange started happening to me, something I had never experienced before in my life. It began softly, almost like a dream that followed me even when I was awake. I started having visions of people I loved, people who had passed away long ago. The first time it happened, I thought maybe I was just tired, but then it kept happening, and each time it felt a little more real. The visions always involved the same three people: my mother's father, my father's father, and a close family friend who had been like an uncle to us. All three of them were gone. All three of them had been important people in my life when I was younger, and suddenly, without any warning, they were appearing in front of me in quick flashes, like the world around me froze for a second and something else stepped in. My mother's father, my grandfather, was the only one who actually spoke in the visions. He would say something to me, but I could never understand the words. They were always blurry, like hearing someone talk underwater. His mouth moved. His expression looked serious, almost urgent, but the message never came through clearly. My father's father stood beside him silently. The family friend stood behind them both. None of them looked angry or sad. They were just there, watching me, waiting for me to understand something. Each vision lasted only a moment, maybe a second or two at most, but it always left me shaken. I would blink, and suddenly everything would be normal again. The world would snap back into place. I tried to ignore it every time, telling myself it was just stress or my imagination or maybe even daydreaming. I didn't want to think too hard about it because the idea of seeing spirits, especially people I had loved, felt too heavy and confusing. The last time the vision happened was February 15th. I remember the date clearly because later I would think about it again and again. My grandfather's face appeared for a second, his lips moving, his eyes fixed on me. I tried to listen harder than I ever had before, but still I couldn't understand what he was saying. When the vision faded, I shook my head and tried to move on with my day, pushing down the strange feeling in my stomach. 2 days after that, everything in my life changed. I was driving on a normal afternoon. The sky was clear, the roads were busy enough, and I was thinking about the usual things: work, errands, what I needed to do later. I wasn't speeding, I wasn't distracted. I was just driving like any normal person does every day of their life. I remember glancing in the rearview mirror and noticing a car behind me. Nothing strange, nothing unusual. But then everything happened at once. Out of nowhere, a driver going more than 50 miles per hour slammed into the back of my car. I didn't even have time to process what was happening. The impact was so violent that my entire body jolted forward, and my car was shoved towards the crosswalk, where a pedestrian was walking. My head flew toward the steering wheel, and for a split second I thought, this is it. I'm going to hit him. I'm going to kill someone. I'm going to get seriously hurt. But right then, something impossible happened. In the exact moment before my face hit the steering wheel, I suddenly had a vision. Not a memory, not a dream, not imagination, a real vision. I saw myself sitting in the passenger seat, watching my own head slam into the steering wheel. It was like my mind stepped outside my body and showed me what was about to happen. It happened so fast, but somehow I saw every detail clearly. The vision lasted only a heartbeat, but it felt like I had been watching it for several seconds. My brain snapped back to my body instantly, and the moment I returned to myself, my hands reacted before I even thought about it. I grabbed the steering wheel tightly and pushed my upper body back as hard as I could, keeping my face away from the wheel. At the same time, I slammed my foot on the brake with all my strength. Everything slowed down. The world didn't move in real time anymore. I felt the force of the accident, the weight of the impact, the pain shooting through my neck, the shaking of the car. But my mind was so strangely calm, focused only on stopping the car before I hit the pedestrian. Hours seemed to pass in those few seconds. My chest kept trying to slam forward into the wheel, but something held me back. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't just my arms. It felt like hands, not mine, holding me, supporting me, keeping me away from the steering wheel. I fought against the car's movement, pushing back with every bit of strength I had. And then the car stopped. Not a few feet away, not a yard away. Inches, just inches from the pedestrian's legs. If my car had moved forward even a tiny bit more, I would have hit him. He didn't even fully understand what had happened. He looked shocked, confused. I was gripping the steering wheel so hard that my fingers hurt. My breath came out in sharp gasps. My whole body was trembling. When the car finally stopped rolling, I somehow managed to reach out, put the car in park, and shut off the engine. Then everything I had been holding inside came out all at once. I began screaming, not because of pain, but because of the shock, the fear, the realization of how close everything had come to turning into the worst moment of my life. People ran toward my car. Someone called an ambulance. Someone else tried to calm me down. I couldn't stop shaking. I couldn't stop thinking about the pedestrian, about the car behind me, about the vision I had seen just seconds before the crash. When the emergency workers checked me, they were surprised. I was shaken, emotionally overwhelmed, and scared out of my mind. But I wasn't badly injured. I had severe whiplash, yes. My neck hurt badly and my muscles were tight, but I hadn't hit my head. I hadn't broken anything. I hadn't slammed into the wheel the way I was supposed to. My car, however, was completely totaled. The front was smashed from the sudden braking and the force of the movement. The back was crushed from being hit so hard. When I got out and looked at it, I knew that the situation should have been worse. Much worse. I should have been hurt. The pedestrian should have been hurt. Someone should have been taken to the hospital. But none of that happened. Later that night, after everything settled down and my family sat with me to make sure I was okay, my dad looked at me in a serious, quiet way. Then he said something that made my stomach twist. "It was your grandfather's watching over you," he said calmly. At first, I didn't even respond. I just stared at him, trying to understand what he meant. Then I told him about the visions I had been having for the last month. I told him about how I saw my grandfathers and the family friends standing together. I told him how my mother's father tried to speak to me. I told him how the visions stopped 2 days before the accident. My mother looked at me with wide eyes, her mouth slightly open. My grandmother covered her mouth with her hand and whispered something under her breath. My father leaned back in his chair, processing what I had said. There was no laughter, no disbelief, no telling me I was imagining things. Just shock and understanding and something like respect. We talked about the accident again, about how fast the other driver had been going, about how close I was to hitting the pedestrian. And as we talked, something settled over all of us. A quiet, heavy realization. If I hadn't been driving that day, the pedestrian would have been killed. If I hadn't reacted instantly, I would have been seriously injured. If I hadn't seen that split-second vision, I would not have pushed myself away from the wheel in time. And if something hadn't held me back, something I still cannot explain, I would have been thrown forward hard enough to cause real damage. I was saved. Someone else was saved. And I did not do it alone. Even now, when I think about that moment, I feel a cold shiver run through me. Not out of fear, out of awe, out of gratitude, out of the strange realization that sometimes the people we love don't leave us completely. Sometimes they return, not in dreams or memories, but in moments when we need them most. My vision stopped after the accident. I haven't seen my grandfathers or the family friends since, but the last vision I saw, me watching myself crash, played out exactly when it needed to. And I don't believe that was an accident, not anymore, because someone prevented my head from hitting the wheel. Someone helped me fight the force I couldn't fight alone. Someone guided my reactions when I didn't even understand what I was doing. Someone made sure that the pedestrian walked away unharmed. And I know who those someones were. I haven't had another vision since that day. Maybe I never will. Maybe they came only for that one moment when everything depended on it. But I know, deep inside myself, that I wasn't alone in that car. And I will never forget it. One of the very first jobs I ever had as a teenager was working as a stockboy at a department store downtown. I was 16, maybe 17, and excited just to earn a paycheck. The job wasn't glamorous, but it felt grown up. I worked afternoons and evenings during the school week and full days on weekends. Most of the time, the work was simple: unloading shipments, stocking shelves, sweeping floors when needed. It was the kind of job that made you tired but gave you a weird sense of pride. The store stayed open late on Fridays until 9 at night, and on those evenings the building always felt different. During the day it buzzed with customers, voices, music playing softly overhead, and smells from the little snack bar near the entrance. But at night everything slowed down. The crowds thinned. The employees started thinking about going home, and the store got quieter and quieter until only a few people wandered the aisles. One Friday night, close to closing time, a sales clerk asked me to go to the warehouse and bring back a small wrought iron patio set for a customer. These patio sets came in big cardboard boxes that were heavier than they looked, so we moved them with a hand truck. I didn't mind. It was just another task to finish before clocking out. The department store itself was located in a very old building, built not long after the turn of the century. You could see the age if you knew where to look. The front of the store, the shopping floors, looked updated and bright. But behind the scenes, everything felt older. The wiring was old. The walls had strange bumps from years of remodeling, and the back rooms had that heavy, musty smell you only find in forgotten corners of old buildings. It smelled like dust, wood, and time. The warehouse wasn't attached to the store. It was a separate building behind the store, across a narrow alley that customers never saw. This warehouse was even older than the store. It was made of concrete, brick walls, and steel roof beams. The windows were small and reinforced with wire, the kind you couldn't open, and so dirty they barely let in daylight. Even during the day, the place felt dim, like the light was too tired to reach every corner. I grabbed a hand truck in the back room, checked my pocket for the warehouse key, and pushed open the back door that led to the loading dock. The metal door groaned loudly as it opened, and as soon as I stepped outside, the cold evening air hit me. The alley was narrow, shadowy, and smelled faintly of oil and rain-soaked concrete. My footsteps echoed as I walked down the loading ramp and moved toward the warehouse door. The warehouse door was tall and metal, with a heavy lock that always felt like it belonged on a prison rather than a job site. I unlocked it, pulled it open, and stepped inside. The smell inside was even stronger than the store's back rooms. Dusty, stale, old air trapped for decades. I felt along the inner wall until I found the old light switch, the kind with a metal plate that clacked loudly when you flipped it. A few light bulbs hanging from the high ceiling flickered to life. Most didn't turn on at all. The warehouse had 3 floors. The first floor was open space filled with large shipments. The patio furniture I needed was on the second floor, so I walked toward the freight elevator to ride up. The elevator, like everything else, was old. It had tall metal gates that you had to slide open and closed by hand, and inside was a wooden floor worn smooth from decades of use. When I reached the elevator, I saw the gates on the first floor were closed, but the elevator wasn't there. I could see the cables stretching upward into the darkness. The elevator was on the top floor. No big deal, I thought, and pressed the down button. But instead of the motor starting, I heard the bell ring. A short, sharp ding. That bell meant something very specific. A gate somewhere wasn't closed. The elevator couldn't move unless all the safety gates on every floor were shut tightly. It was company policy, an important one, and every employee knew it. It annoyed me because someone hadn't followed the rules. It meant I had to climb the stairs to the 3rd floor, close the gates myself, and ride the elevator back down. The stairwell was dark and narrow, but I'd gone up and down it 100 times before. Still, the steps creaked more than usual that night. When I reached the 3rd floor, I found exactly what I expected. Both gates, the one outside the elevator and the one inside, were wide open. Wide open, which made no sense because I knew for a fact that nobody else was working that night. The warehouse was only used for storage after hours, not for active work. I stepped inside the elevator, slid the gates shut, and rode it back to the 1st floor. The old machine groaned and rattled as it moved, as if it didn't appreciate being woken up. Once I reached the bottom, I loaded my hand truck, rode back up to the 2nd floor, and walked down the aisles to find the correct box. The warehouse aisles felt endless, with huge shelves towering over me on both sides. Shadows stretched across the floor because the light bulbs were too far apart. I found the box I needed, turned it so I could slide the hand truck under it, and bent down to lift one edge. That was when I heard it. The sound of the elevator gates closing, metal sliding against metal, followed immediately by the sound of the elevator motor kicking on. The elevator was going back up. I froze. I felt a vibration through the floor. For a moment, my brain tried to convince itself that I must have left the gates open by accident, but I knew I hadn't. I remembered the weight of the gate in my hands, the loud clack when it shut. I stepped into the aisle and peeked toward the elevator. The platform was rising. There was no one inside it. My heart picked up speed. How did the gates close by themselves? I walked over to the elevator shaft and pressed the down button again. The bell rang. That meant the gates on the third floor were open again. Impossible. Something inside me twisted. A cold feeling slipped up my back. I took the stairs again, a little faster this time, and found the gates wide open, just like before. I closed them again, rode the elevator back down, and returned to the box I needed. My hands were shaking a little, but I didn't want to admit I was scared. It was an old building. Old buildings did weird things. At least, that's what I told myself. But as soon as I went back to the aisle, the same thing happened. The elevator gates slammed shut. The motor hummed. The elevator climbed back up. I felt a deep chill inside my stomach. This wasn't normal. The gates were completely manual. They couldn't close on their own. There was no automatic mechanism. The elevator couldn't run unless someone physically shut the gates. And I knew without a doubt that I was the only living person in the warehouse. I climbed the stairs again, now breathing harder, partly from effort and partly from fear. Once again, both gates were wide open when I reached the top. I didn't ride the elevator this time. I had had enough. I blocked the gate with a box so it couldn't close, grabbed the hand truck, and practically rushed out of the warehouse. Every step I took echoed loudly. The warehouse felt like it was listening, like the air itself had changed. Back at the store, after the customer left with the patio set, I told the sales clerk what happened. She was an older woman who had worked there for more than 30 years. She had gray hair pulled into a bun, glasses on the tip of her nose, and a calm way of speaking. Nothing seemed to surprise her. When I finished the story, she nodded slowly and said, "Oh, you met Boyd." I stared at her. "Boyd? Who is Boyd?" She looked at me with a tired expression, as if she had been expecting this moment. "Boyd was our warehouseman after World War II, she said. "He worked there for nearly 20 years. Nice man, quiet man. One day he was working on the third floor near the elevator shaft. The elevator was down on the first floor. The safety gate failed and went up by itself. He didn't see it happen. He stepped backward and fell 3 floors. He died on top of the elevator car below. I felt every hair on my arms rise." She continued, "Ever since then, strange things happen, mostly in the warehouse, but sometimes here in the store too. Doors opening, lights turning on, things moving by themselves. People hear footsteps. Been going on 8 or 10 years now. It's just Boyd. He still walks around." I left the store in silence. My hands felt cold. My thoughts were racing. I kept replaying the sound of those elevator gates slamming shut, the way the empty elevator rose on its own, the feeling of someone nearby. By the time school ended that year, I asked to transfer to a daytime position. I didn't want to work nights anymore, and I never went into that warehouse by myself again. Even now, when I think about Boyd, I can almost hear the soft sound of a metal gate sliding shut on its own in an empty building. When I was a kid, I honestly believed the house I grew up in was haunted. Not just spooky or old, but really, truly haunted in a way that stayed with me for years. My childhood mind did not understand how sound worked, or how houses settle, or how temperature changes make wood move. All I understood was that strange things happened in that house. things that made my imagination fill the empty spaces with shadows and monsters. And looking back now, even as an adult, I still remember that house with a strange mix of fear and curiosity. One of the biggest reasons I thought the house was haunted was because of the old door that led from the main hallway into the garage. That door was strange. It had a very old spring-loaded hinge, older than anything else in the house. When the door moved even a little, the hinge made a long, slow creaking sound, almost like a sigh. The sound stretched out in a way that made it feel alive. The door almost never stayed fully closed. Its natural position was to sit partly open, about 3 inches, as if the garage was gently pulling it inward. The house itself was not modern or fancy. It made noises all the time. At night, the floorboards creaked, sometimes softly, sometimes loudly, even when everyone was asleep. Pipes clunked inside the walls. The wind sometimes made the windows shake just a little. But the door to the garage, that was the thing that scared me the most. Even during the day, I could hear it slowly creaking open a little more, then settling back again, then moving again. It was like the garage was breathing in slow, tired breaths. In, creak, out, creak, over and over. When I was alone upstairs in my room, the sounds always got to me. My room was at the far end of the hall, and the door to the garage was down the stairs. But somehow, the sound still reached me. It echoed faintly through the house. Sometimes I would be reading or drawing or playing with toys and suddenly freeze because I felt like I wasn't alone. I would feel a tiny pressure on the back of my neck, the feeling that someone was staring at me, not just watching but waiting. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I sometimes saw something. Just a hint, just a shape, never clear. It looked like a head with long moving shapes around it, like snakes instead of hair. The closest thing my child brain could compare it to was Medusa from the stories my parents used to tell me. The snakes didn't move much, but the shape felt alive, like it was floating there, half hidden, watching. Whenever I saw it, I froze immediately. I never turned my head toward it. I never tried to look at it directly. I was terrified that if I looked at it straight on, I would see something real, something that would never leave my mind again. So I always pretended I hadn't seen anything. I would keep my eyes down on my toys or books or hands, pretending everything was normal even though my heart was beating so hard it felt like it might break that because it meant staying up late, eating junk food, and playing video games until our eyes burned. Their parents didn't mind as long as we were quiet enough not to wake their younger siblings. We set up blankets and pillows in the living room and pushed 2 couches together so we could sit side by side. Eventually, sometime around midnight or later, I fell asleep on one of the couches. The others kept playing for a while. I could still hear the clicking of controllers and soft laughing just before I drifted off. It felt safe and normal the way sleepovers always do when you're surrounded by friends. The next morning, everything changed. When I woke up, the room felt strangely tense. The kids were looking at me weird. My brother seemed nervous too. They weren't excited about breakfast or video games like usual. They were staring at me like something was wrong. Finally, one of them spoke up. They told me that while I was sleeping, I stood up on the couch. Just stood up out of nowhere. Eyes closed. Not awake. Not responding. I stood there like someone pulled me upward with invisible strings. Then I stood still for a moment, like I was listening to something or waiting for something. Then I walked off the couch. Not carefully. Not like a normal person. Like someone stepping off a ledge without knowing there's a drop. I fell straight to the floor, hit the carpet, got back up, climbed back onto the couch, and went back to sleep. I had no memory of this. I had never sleepwalked in my life. I didn't even talk in my sleep. To hear that I walked off a couch like that terrified me. Kids don't think about medical reasons or sleep disorders. The only thing my mind could think was something made me do that. Something pulled me. Something was there. My friends looked even more afraid now that they had told me. Finally, one of them told me the truth about the room I had hidden in before. Apparently, years earlier, a mother and her young daughter had been murdered in that room. Slaughtered. The way they said it made my stomach twist. They said the room had been sealed for a long time and only recently opened again. They said the energy in the room felt wrong, heavy, dark, and they said if you looked closely enough at the door, you could see what looked like 4 handprints outside, small ones and big ones with red streaks underneath, like something bloody had once slid down the wood. I didn't want to believe them, but when something scares a group of kids that deeply, you can't just ignore it. What freaked me out even more was that none of them ever played near that room. They avoided that end of the hallway completely. They never went upstairs at night. They never went there alone. These were kids who would explore attics, basements, dark closets, and everything else without fear. But that room scared them enough that they warned me the moment they found out I'd been inside it. A week or 2 later, everything got even stranger. Their parents, who were normally calm and skeptical people, called in an exorcist, a real one, a grown man dressed in black carrying equipment I had only ever seen in movies. He climbed into the attic above the room, stayed up there for a long time, and we heard strange chanting and footsteps and things being moved around. We weren't allowed upstairs while he was there. Their parents looked pale and stressed. They kept telling us to stay downstairs, to not play near the hallway, to not open any doors. The whole house felt different while he was there, like the air was thicker and even the walls were listening. When he finally left, he carried himself like someone who had done something important but exhausting. Their parents whispered to him quietly at the door, thanking him. After he left, they stayed quiet for the rest of the evening. The lightness in the house, normally full of noise and laughter, was gone. After that night, everything about the room changed. The door stayed locked. The hallway felt colder. The house didn't feel safe at night anymore, not even when we all slept together in the living room. I avoided the upstairs completely, and I never played hide and seek in that house again. I didn't want to be anywhere near that door. I didn't want to find out if those handprints were real or if something else might follow me the next time I got too close. For a long time afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I kept imagining myself standing on the couch in the middle of the night, slowly walking off the edge like something was pulling me toward the floor. I wondered if the thing that haunted that room had touched me. I wondered if I had gone into a place I should never have entered. I wondered if the exorcist was there because of me, or because the house had been waiting for a long time to deal with whatever was trapped inside. Even now, years later, the memory still sticks with me. The image of that empty room, the binders on the floor, the pen, the silence, the movement I made while sleeping, the handprints, the exorcist, everything. It was the first time in my life I truly believed in ghosts, and it was the last time I ever went near that room again. It was several months ago when my life changed from a quiet, boring existence into something that feels like a constant state of paranoia. I live in a house that is somewhat isolated, tucked away near a dense line of woods. I have always loved the privacy and the connection to nature. I enjoyed the sound of the wind in the trees and the fact that I didn't have neighbors looking into my windows. My only real companion out there is my cat, a tabby named Milo. He is usually an indoor cat, perfectly content to sleep on the sofa and chase laser pointers, but every time in a while the call of the wild gets to him and he tries to make a break for it. On this particular night, he managed to slip out. I had opened the back door just for a second to put some trash out, and he bolted between my legs like a streak of lightning. By the time I dropped the bag and turned around, he was already gone, disappearing into the tall grass that borders the forest. I wasn't immediately worried. Usually he would just sniff around the porch or hide under the deck, and I could coax him back in with the sound of a shaking treat bag. But this time was different. I stood on the back porch and called his name for 10 minutes, but there was no sign of him. The night was incredibly dark. I looked up and saw that the moon was just a thin crescent, a sliver of silver that offered almost no illumination. The stars were blocked out by a heavy layer of clouds, making the world below feel like it was wrapped in a thick black velvet blanket. I knew I couldn't just leave him out there. The woods around my house are home to coyotes, foxes, and owls, none of which are friendly to a house cat. I sobbed, went back inside to grab my heavy-duty flashlight and my jacket, and stepped out into the yard to find him. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness like a lightsaber, illuminating swirling dust motes and moths that danced in the light. I walked toward the tree line, calling his name softly. I didn't want to yell and scare him further, but the silence of the woods was unnerving. Usually, the forest is full of sounds at night, crickets chirping, frogs croaking, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But tonight, it was dead silent. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I stepped into the woods, the dry leaves crunching loudly under my boots. The air was cold and smelled of damp earth and pine needles. I swept the light back and forth, looking for the telltale reflective glint of cat eyes. I had been walking for maybe 15 minutes when I finally saw him. I spotted Milo sitting on top of a fallen log about 20 yards away. His eyes reflected green in the flashlight beam. I felt a wave of relief and started to walk towards him, shaking the bag of treats I had shoved in my pocket. "Come here, buddy," I said in a soothing voice. "Let's go home." But as I got closer, he didn't do his usual happy trot towards me. Instead, he passed away. His ears were pinned back flat against his head, and his tail was puffed up to twice its normal size. He looked disenchanted. I took another step and he bolted. He didn't run toward the house. He ran deeper into the woods. I groaned in frustration and continued the pursuit. I tracked him for another 20 minutes, going deeper into the forest than I usually like to go, especially at night. The trees were getting thicker here, the canopy blocking out what little moonlight there was. Every time I catch up to him, the same thing will happen. I would spot him huddled under a bush or behind a tree, trembling. I would try to approach him slowly, crouching down to look less threatening. But he would just stare past me, his eyes wide with panic, and then take off again. It started to feel strange. Milo knows me. He trusts me. But it was acting like he wasn't scared of me. He was scared of something else. He was scared of something that was out there with us. Finally, we reached a small clearing. I saw Milo crouched low to the ground, his body tense like a coiled spring. I approached him again, pleading with him to just let me pick him up. I was cold, tired, and ready to be back in my warm living room. I got within 5 feet of him and I thought I finally had him. But then he did something that made the hair on my arms stand up. He looked directly over my shoulder, his eyes locking onto something behind me. He let out a low, guttural growl, and then he scrambled. He didn't run away from me this time. He ran past me. He practically scrambled over my boots in his haste to get away, sprinting back in the direction of the house as if the devil himself was chasing him. I stood there for a moment confused. My cat, who had been running away from the house for the last hour, had suddenly decided that home was the safest place to be. I watched him disappear into the darkness, his little body moving faster than I had ever seen. I was now alone in the woods. The silence that had been eerie before now feels heavy and oppressive. I slowly turned around to see what had spooked him so badly. I figured it was maybe a coyote or a stray dog. I swung the beam of my flashlight around, cutting a wide arc through the trees. And then I saw him. There was a man standing there. He was about 30 feet away from me, standing in a small gap between two large oak trees. He was absolutely still. He wasn't hiding, really, but he wasn't making his presence known either. He was just standing there like a statue. I froze. My brain tried to process what I was seeing. It is not normal to run into people in these woods, especially not this late at night, and especially not this far from the main road. The beam of my flashlight illuminated him clearly. He looked undeniably human, which was almost more terrifying than if it had been an animal. He had nondescript brown hair, cut in a boring standard style that looked like it could have been from any decade. He was wearing a tweed jacket with patches on the elbows, the kind a history professor might wear. It was completely inappropriate clothing for walking in the woods at night. He looked clean, not like a hiker or a camper. I moved the light up to his face. I could make out all of his features. I saw a nose, a mouth that was set in a straight, emotionless line, and a chin. But when the light hit his eyes, my breath caught in my throat. There were no eyes. Where his eyes should have been, there was just shadow. It wasn't that he had empty sockets like a skeleton. It was more like the light just refused to touch that part of his face. It was a deep, pooling darkness that seemed to absorb the beam of my flashlight. I stood there, paralyzed by a mixture of confusion and fear. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe he was wearing weird sunglasses. I swallowed hard and called out to him, "Hello?" My voice sounded thin and shaky in the quiet woods. "Can I help you?" He didn't respond. He didn't move a muscle. He didn't even blink if he even had eyelids to blink with. He just stood there, facing me, radiating a cold, silent energy. The silence stretched out, becoming unbearable. I felt like I was intruding on something I wasn't supposed to see. I tried to sound braver than I felt. I gripped the flashlight tighter, using it as a weapon in my mind. "I can see you, you know," I said, my voice louder this time. "Stop trying to scare me." I was greeted with absolute silence. The wind didn't blow. The leaves didn't rustle. The man didn't speak. He just exists there in the beam of light, a silent observer in a tweed jacket. A primal instinct kicked in deep in my gut. It was the lizard brain, the part of us that remembers what it was like to be prey. It screams at me to leave. It screamed that this was not a person, or at least not a person I wanted to interact with. I decided to listen to that instinct. I didn't want to turn my back on him, but I needed to get home. I slowly turned my body, keeping the light on him for as long as I could, and then I began to walk back the way I came. I walked briskly, my heart pounding a rhythm against my ribs. I count my steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I couldn't resist the urge to check. I spun around, swinging the flashlight beam back to where I had seen him. My stomach dropped. He was closer. He hadn't made a sound. I hadn't heard footsteps crunching on the dry leaves. I hadn't heard branches breaking, but he had covered at least 10 feet of distance in the few seconds I had my back turned. He was still standing in that exact same pose, arms by his sides, absolutely rigid. It was as if he was a weeping angel from that television show, only moving when he wasn't being observed. But this was real life, and the terror of it washed over me like ice water. "Stay back!" I shouted, my voice cracked. I turned and walked again, faster this time. I was practically speed walking, stumbling, slightly over roots and rocks that I couldn't see. Because my hands were shaking so bad, the flashlight beam was bouncing everywhere. I walked for maybe another 20 seconds. I had to know if he was still coming. I stopped and whipped around again. I didn't see him at first. I scanned the path behind me. Then the light caught the texture of tweed. He was partially hidden behind a large pine tree peeking out. He was much closer now, maybe only 15 feet away. He was peering around the bark, and those dark, shadowy voids where his eyes should have been fixed were right on me. It was a playful, mocking hide and seek. He wasn't just following me, he was hunting me. He was toying with me. The realization that he could move that fast in total silence through a dense forest was the final straw. I didn't need any more warnings. I didn't bother with threats or questions. I simply ran. I booked it back to my house. I run faster than I have ever run in my life. I didn't care about the branches whipping my face or the briars tearing at my jeans. I just pumped my legs and focused on the small light of my back porch in the distance. I could feel the presence behind me, a cold pressure on my back, but I didn't look. I knew if I looked and saw him right behind me, I would collapse from fear. I just ran. I burst out of the tree line and sprinted across the backyard. I scrambled up the wooden steps of the deck, practically falling onto the porch. Milo was there, huddled against the door, scratching frantically at the wood to be let in. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I dropped them once. I picked them up, jammed the key into the lock, and threw the door open. Milo shot inside like a bullet. I followed him, slamming the door shut behind me and throwing the deadbolt. I locked the handle lock too. Then I ran to the front door and checked that. Then I ran around the entire first floor, checking every single window to make sure they were latched tight. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. I collapsed onto my couch, my chest heaving, sweat dripping down my face. Milo was under the coffee chair, his eyes wide, staring at the door. I sat there for hours, clutching a kitchen knife I had grabbed from the counter, just listening. I listened for footsteps on the porch. I listened for the doorknob turning, but there was nothing. Just the silence of the night returning to normal. Eventually, exhaustion overtook the adrenaline, and I passed out on the couch with the lights on. That was several months ago. You would think that as time passed, the fear would fade. You would think I would convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the light, or just a weird creeper who moved on. But I can't convince myself of that, because he hasn't moved on. Ever since that night, things have changed. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't even go into the backyard at night. But the house doesn't feel like the sanctuary it used to be. Every few weeks, it happens. It usually starts when I am sitting in the living room, reading or watching TV late at night. The house will be quiet, and then I hear it. There is a noise at my window. It isn't the scratching of a branch, and it isn't the wind. It is a slow, loud, rhythmic tap, 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 tap. It sounds like a knuckle rapping against the glass. It is deliberate. It is asking for attention. The window where it happens is on the side of the house, where there are no trees close enough to hit the glass. Most of the nights it has happened. The air has been dead calm with zero wind. The first time it happened, I almost jumped out of my skin. I froze, staring at the curtains that were drawn tight. The tapping continued for a minute, steady and patient, and then stopped. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but what would I say? That someone tapped on my window. By the time they got out to my secluded house, whoever it was would be gone. And part of me, the part that remembered the impossible speed in the woods, knew that the police wouldn't find him anyway. It happened again 2 weeks later, then 3 weeks later. It has become a terrifying routine. Every time I hear that sound, tap, 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 my blood runs cold. I sit there, paralyzed on my couch, holding my breath. I never pull back the curtains. I never looked. I have thought about it. I had thought about ripping the curtain back to confront whoever is out there, to scream at them to leave me alone. But I stop myself every time. I am too scared to look. I know what is waiting for me on the other side of that thin pane of glass. I know that if I were to pull back that fabric and look out into the night, I wouldn't see an empty yard. I would see a man in a tweed jacket, his face pressed right up against the glass, with those empty, shadowy pits for eyes staring right into my soul. I think it is probably for the better that I don't look. The last thing I want to see is him smiling, knowing that I am trapped in here. And he is out there just waiting for me to make a mistake, so I just turn up the volume on the TV, hug my cat, and wait for the tapping to stop. David Parker Ray was a man who lived a double life for decades, appearing ordinary on the surface while hiding extreme cruelty behind closed doors. Over a period believed to stretch across 40 to 50 years, he kidnapped countless women and girls, with investigators estimating the number could be as high as 60. Many of his victims were never identified, and many were never found. What makes his crimes especially disturbing is how carefully planned and methodical they were, carried out in isolation and secrecy, far from public view. Ray would target women he believed were vulnerable. He often used drugs or blunt force to knock them unconscious before transporting them to a place he had prepared himself. This place was not an ordinary room. It was a homemade torture chamber designed specifically to control, restrain, and terrify. When his victims eventually woke up, they were usually chained and unable to move. Disoriented and in pain, they were forced to listen as a tape recording began to play. The recording was Ray's voice, calm and detailed, explaining what he planned to do to them. He spoke as if he were reading instructions, describing the abuse they would suffer and making it clear that escape was not an option. Hearing this recording while restrained and helpless was meant to break his victims mentally before anything else happened. Many people who have read the transcript or heard parts of the audio describe it as deeply upsetting and difficult to forget. Inside the chamber, Ray kept a large collection of tools and devices used to cause pain and fear. These included chains, restraints, cutting tools, and mechanical devices designed to hold the body in place. He also had diagrams and written notes explaining different methods he had practiced over the years. Everything in the room showed planning, repetition, and a complete lack of empathy. This was not chaos or impulse, it was routine. Ray did not always act alone. Investigators later uncovered evidence suggesting that he had help from accomplices, including some women he was involved with romantically. These individuals allegedly helped him lure victims, restrain them, or cover up evidence. This added another layer of horror, as it meant trust was used as a weapon, and danger sometimes came from those who appeared caring or familiar. The room itself was designed to amplify fear. If tonight's story stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.